Up with you? What's up with you? Good morning. Good morning. Back at it. What's up with you? With ya. That's it right there. What's up, man? You know, one of the biggest decisions or things you have to do. No Floyd talk today. I mean, yeah, no Floyd. What's up with your big red rig? No Floyd talk today. He he didn't get his bond, so that means he's got to stay in a Brazilian jail until his hearing. And over there, your trial could be years, 3 years before you even get your trial. So, whew, ain't that something? He just 24 hours ago, 48 hours ago. No, I think it's a week ago. He was making his money off YouTube, man, traveling around the world, and now he sits in a Brazilian jail waiting on a prison trial. I made good decisions, man. The thing that's what you look at. You look at the whole Floyd Wallace Jr. and you have to make good decisions. You got to make good decisions, right? So that's what we get from that. But let's come over to here. Um, what's up with you, Bird and Paul? What's up with you? Happy New Year. How about that? We on our way to New Year. As a man, as a man, what's your preference? What's your preference? And is not your preference the problem? Because you have a preference, but you consistently keep having problems with those people you choose. You choose this type of woman, because you have a preference. What she say wasn't my type. What was that thing we talked about with the Travis Hunter? Not my type. What's your type? And does your type is the type that you like, is your preference the reason you're in the condition you're in? That you consistently go through bad relationship. And it's a real question. This isn't about the simplistic, you can't turn a hoe into it. It's not even that. A man wants both. No, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. We're talking about you. What's best for you? If you've tried it one way and it didn't work out, maybe you need to try it another way. Now, the whole classy lady uh, aesthetic, right? That whole classy lady position, right? For a lot of men, ain't nothing wrong with her. She's just not attractive. She doesn't stimulate a lot of men. Now, let me say this. Of course, she's in demand, all right? And let her be in demand. But the truth is, she's just not attractive. Men, many men would gravitate toward the dancer because that's their idea of sexy. Now, we can get into the social engineering and the brainwashing, which is a lot of that is. A lot of that is. But that's one of the biggest problems with the classy lady. She doesn't come across as an attractive option to a man. She doesn't come across as the direction that you want to go. So you have to choose a wise path. Which way are you going? We saw Floyd. We can learn from Floyd. He chose the wrong path. And he certainly wasn't going after classy women. And as you elevate in your search and pursuit and decision making, when do you make that position where you cross over and you're not governed by your primal desires like that? You've dated a dancer, you've dated a lower tier female, and it was a disaster for you, absolute disaster. When do you, as a man, try another, make a different decision and go another way because you might get a different result, right? And isn't that wouldn't that be mature dating? When you start making decisions, wouldn't that be a person who's doing it from a perspective of maturity and responsible decision making? And you can make a case for that especially in the black community. And see, this is the thing. Every woman is going to identify herself as a classy lady, right? So we don't even have to, that's a waste of time. They're all going to say they're classy. I don't care who they are, right? But we know there's not a lot of classy women in the black community. And the few that are in it, men don't really have an interest in them. So that's a contributing factor too. That's a contributing factor too. So it sets a position for a lot of men that there's going to be a lot of failure. It's going to be a lot of failure. A lot of mistakes are going to be made. And over here, that's not going to happen to you. It's not going to happen to you because you heard it over here on YouTube. And you made the proper adjustments. The quote unquote classy lady is a no for a lot of men because A, she's attractive, but she's not an attraction, if I can say it that way. And there's another thing too about this. Men, just like I said, the women gonna claim to be classy. The men are going to lie. The men are going to jump out there and lie. They're not telling the truth. They're not telling the truth. And the reason I'm doing this is look at what it's doing to them. Look at what it's doing to them. The men who can get a whole bunch of them, they're turning around saying, even though I got 30 women I can smash at any time, none of them are worth my time because every one of them drives me crazy. Every one of them takes my money. Every one of them needs this, needs that. Every one of them is dealing with other men. So if that's a situation for a lot of men, we're talking about the guys who are successful, because we know some guys, they're not successful. If that's the situation, why are you still running after your preference? And if you say, I can only be happy with my preference, maybe you need some therapy because for you, it ain't working. And growing up, if you grew up in the black community, you were witnessing that because the brainwashing of living in a black community, of defining the individual, defining people a certain kind of way. When you look at the school teacher, when you look at the professional woman, the few that you see, when you look at those women are not defined as sexual, attractive, viable options for you, right? Not the world, for you. But when you look at the half naked woman, you know what I'm saying? You follow me now? When you look at the half naked, the hood rat, the woman who comes out to check the mailbox with no bra on, we define that as attractive. And then we grow into young men, and that destroys us because we're making a lot of bad decisions. But we have a preference. We have a preference that we are attracted to. One failed marriage after one failed marriage. Failed marriage after failed marriage. That's what you see. So she got a peach. But see, but the problem is this. Let me tell you, and with her, the dancer, or that type. You know what I mean? She don't have to be a dancer, but she's like that, a little bit wild, like the guy said, a little wild on the wild side. Type of woman that will go into a room full of men, drinking heavily. She goes in there, tattoos, body showing. She's going to be in demand much more than a classy lady who came in with her body covered. Much more. Now, look at the outcome of that. And then you're going to see, we have the hypocrites, right, who run around and try to shame women, and then the women they date are trash. That ain't beneficial. That's not beneficial at all. And it's your preference, right? Whatever your preference is that the problem? And if it is the problem, you need to get rid of your preference. But our community, the black community, is so messed up. It's almost like we're programmed to gravitate to the wrong thing. What do they say? The lame versus the pookie. All the women like the pookie, which the lames are saying, hey, whatever a lame is, they're claiming that they're lame. And it's created a problem. On the other side of that, the men tend to like the lower, the dancer types. How about we just say was that the stripper shape, the IG? How about IG? Insta thoughts. The men tend to like the insta thoughts. They don't like classy women. Of 50 men, 5 of them may even be interested in a classy woman. Maybe 5 of them. And once again, it's not that many of them anyhow, right? It's not that many of them. And a lot of times, a professional woman, they'll wear nothing to the club. They'll be loud. They'll be yelling in the club. But you would never know that they are quote unquote professional women. They have to wear a business suit and all that. It's just the way they behave. As a man, you got to choose your path, man. and what direction you're going to go. And this stream right here, we're doing this stream because of Floyd. Because you got to you can't derail your life making bad decisions. And you got to go up. You got to level up. You just have to, man. It's the die has been cast. Those women, if they don't stop stripping, they're going to pay. They're going to pay for that, man. They're going to pay for that. And it's easier to just dance. It's easier to dance till the club say, hey, well, you just don't make no money no more, so you can't do it. Now you're 33, 34. You never finished college. You don't have any marketable skills. You don't have a man. Maybe you got a baby now. And now you at the end of that phase of your life. Now what are you going to do next? You know, a lot of men are no good. Those men are no good because they didn't secure a husband when they were stripping. Or they got pregnant by a customer and he was already married. And they didn't quit when they should have. They should have quit 4, 5, 6 years ago. They kept doing it. Could have quit, went to nursing school. Chose not to. Now they got to deal with the bad decision they made. And see, men aren't really looking for women who keep making and have made a bunch of bad decisions. Everybody learns from their mistakes. We all make mistakes, but somebody who's just making bad decisions. Oh, you got a baby by this guy. And then 2 years later, despite going through, what's up with you, Mace? Despite going through what you're going through, you go out and you have another baby by another guy just like him. Those are bad decisions. And that's going to weigh on a relationship. When you talk about two people getting together, your decisions are going to factor into the relationship. There's two people making bad decisions. One after the next. Some of you guys, bro. Whew. He says, no one cares about the future. Most only concern themselves about right now. That's why so many baby mamas, and there are so many baby mamas and not wives. Well, you're right. You should be concerned about the future. And Keith, this is the thing, Keith. Look at the black community. Just take a look at it. See, we really care about the black community. We're not on here talking about having conversations about black community so we can make money and exploit it. We actually care about it. When you take the situation going on, you would say, hey, man, maybe your preference is why you're in and out of the jailhouse, why you shooting at each other, why nobody can raise their kids, why you want to yank her hair out, why you want to fight over him, why you trying to break in. This is a woman, she broke into her ex's house and got shot. They broke up. She didn't like it, so she went and came through the window, she came into the bedroom with a pistol and threatened the new girl. In some kind of way, they got the gun out of her hand and she wound up getting shot. No prosecution whatsoever. They got her out of that house, handed her back over to her family. And the new girl, she was upset, but and the guy, nah, she got popped. You see what I'm saying? Because of her preference, she's no longer with us. Because of something as silly as a preference. And a lot of it ain't even that. It's really greed. It's really greed more than anything. It's immaturity, greed, and entitlement, all wrapped up into one. You have to choose your path, man, and you have to walk it in a certain direction. And I see young, attractive, classy women alone all the time. They don't draw interest like that. Look, if you want to talk about the interest, let's do a pump and dump. I mean, they're not going to accept that offer. So I'm not trying to say they don't have that type of interest, but clearly they can see the friends, their family, the other women get a lot of attention because of how they carry themselves. They don't necessarily carry themselves like classy women. They carry themselves like insta thoughts, and then you got the baddies, you got the grown baddies. When you look at the basketball wives, that's nothing but a bunch of grown baddies, chicks who used to be fine, or maybe they're still fine now. But what I'm saying is they're the grown version as opposed to the young version. But if you really look at that program, if you really look at the black community right now, show me the classy women. And somebody said Michelle Obama. Well, who wants her? You see now. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? She's cool. She's cool, but many men will tell you the truth. They're not attracted to her. I'll give you another example. Venus, not Serena. Venus, not Serena. Venus, not Serena. Just got married. One thing about Venus, she don't drink, smoke, none of that. I think she on her fifth degree. I don't know her. Well, I do know her dating habit. All she date is white dudes, which is fine. Hold on, I'm gonna leave her alone. I'm gonna leave her alone. She's married. Congratulations, but um, she would fall under. I said Venus. I didn't say Serena. She would fall under classy lady. She never wears revealing clothes. She never carries herself. She carries herself like a top tier woman, but she has no interest from men. I'm talking about, you know that. You know what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. She don't really have no interest. Not really. Not really. So because she doesn't dress half naked. She doesn't have tattoos. There's really no interest. And the cornballs who marry her, I mean, they're both of the men who married. Well, let's just deal with the new guy. The new guy who married Serena, he's a cornball. Now, congratulations to him. He got him a good woman. Yeah, I think he got him a good woman, but I see why she got him, and I see why he was available. He's a cornball. And the problem is the men are choosing the instant thoughts, and it's ruining them. And that's a bad decision, man. What's up, man? We just up. No Floyd today, man. The Floyd is working on his his marriage. He's planning his marriage to the jailhouse, to the jail lord. When you look at the black community, when you take a real look, a solid look at the black community, to a certain degree, a lot of the direction that you see and in this ideas, they tend to value the insta thought twerker. They do that a lot. And they don't value the professional woman. There are a lot of single. If you look around and you say single women, right? And you focus on the ones who would be considered classy, you're probably gonna have more single women in that group than you have on the ones who would be insta. And even we see it in the NBA. We see it in the NBA. It's reinforced every day in TV. We see the NBA guy who's worth $300 million. We see him dating an insta thought when he has options dating any kind. That's one of the biggest conversations that's been had. It says, "Why are you a professional football player? You're NBA player. Why don't you go choose your woman from the university?" They would rather choose him from the strip club. And it's reinforced with the hip hop community. It's reinforced. And a lot of people do care about the future. So it sounds like the men are choosing like women. Yes, some of them are. Some of them are. And a lot of these men have a lot to lose. And they lose it. And they lose everything because they're a slave to their preference. What they like. And as a man, you're weak. You're weak if you're governed by that, man. You got to know what's best for you. You got to like what's best for you. You, you got to blaze a new path. That direction ain't the right way to go. Now, if you can deal with either classy or insta thought, and they produce the result that you need and that you desire, you made a good decision. But the key point is they're not doing that. They're not producing the result that you desire. And no matter what you think about that, that's a bad decision. When you start talking about men, look at all these men raising their own kids. Look at all these men who got failed marriages, failed relationships because of their preference, because they were governed by their preference. And in many cases, that they thought they had to make a decision, should they even do it, but they did it anyhow. They questioned should they do it, and they did it anyhow. And now they're finna pay. And let me say this right here when you talk about uh, this conversation. Well, we're trying to help people from making mistakes. You can sit on the back and just listen and think, what decisions are you making? Are they good decisions? And have you noticed that, I'm not going to say they're easy to get, but have you noticed that the women in the strip clubs, right? They're accessible. They're accessible from by a lot of men. They're accessible by a lot from by a lot of men, right? Why did that? Why does that hold value? And look at the community. That's considered macho, man. It's that's macho. I'm headed to the strip club, man. Let me go hang out 4 5 deep in the strip club, and let's produce more and more of the same outcome. More of the outcome that's got you sitting in a jailhouse for child support. And even though it's old, you can't change your hoe into a housewife. Dudes do it every day. Every moment, dudes do it. And they really have no attraction to your upper crust females. They don't have an attraction to those women, man. And a lot of the women are nothing but a bunch. They got 3 4 kids, and they go and throw some makeup on and get their hair done. That don't make them classy. It's your behavior. How do you carry yourself as a woman? We was talking about Cheyenne Bryant. Is she a classy woman? She can talk a lot, and she does dress the parts. Sometimes she didn't do it with the Jeezy concert, but when she does her seminars. But the truth is, no, she's not a classy woman. High value woman, alpha woman. No, she's not. Now, self defined, yeah, she'll self define herself that way. But if you look at one thing, her behavior, she fails the test. She fails the test. And also, she's showing you that she has to dress like that to get the attention of the men. If she don't dress half naked, the men have no interest. If she dressed up the way she goes to the seminars, to the women's empowerment speaking, all of that stuff, if she dresses the same way, men won't pay her any attention. Same person. The Joey Taylor. Well, one thing you got to say about Joy, she does a lot of stuff behind the scenes, that you probably could judge as not classy, but she does carry herself off as a classy woman up front. And that podcast, probably doesn't help. It might lower her value or whatever, because some of the women that come on there and say some of the stuff they say. But and we even see on YouTube, there's really no general interest for Joy Taylor. Most students don't even like that. And if you making decisions that's going to impact your life, wouldn't it be smart to recognize that your preference might be the problem? And If your preference is the problem, you should go and get the therapy or the help to change it or to get it adjusted. So could it be our cultural preference that pushes these problematic behaviors, or is it the social media experience? The cultural preferences for the black community, it's cultural preferences because this stuff is instilled in us when we're young, and you see it. You can see even on YouTube, you can hear these Negroes talking about they want this type of woman, yet all they deal with is thoughts. That's all they deal with is thoughts. And they really get taken to the cleaners because they don't know how to deal with them. They really get taken to the cleaners. You can look around, look at. We could bring up Shannon Sharp, but look at these guys in the NBA, Ahmad Shumpert. Look at these guys. These were very wealthy, established individuals, and they still let their preferences almost ruin their lives. And you would say, well, why are you a slave to your preference if it's a problem? You said men have unbreakable standards. Well, I hope it work out for you, brother, because it's really irrelevant. Look, as a man, and yeah, this also applies to overseas, right? This applies to foreign travel. As a man, if your connection to your woman is going to drive you, if you're gonna wind up with emotional issues, financial issues, legal issues, that's not the woman for you. That's not the woman for you. When we say a dancer, if you choose to get you a dancer and you don't know how to handle her and she causes you legal issues, well, it's going to be additional issues with that. It's going to be legal issues, and we got to factor in the jealousy factor because a lot of dudes will fight for her. They'll fight over her. So they do that all the time outside them clubs. All the time. You'll lose your life like that trying to date a dancer. You'll lose your life in a minute trying to date a dancer. Okay, that's financial situations, legal issues, emotional issues. That comes with that particular group of women. That group of women, you're going to have emotional problems from them. A lot of that they have a lot of emotional baggage. Financial, you already know, spend you until you broke. The jealousy factor of her ex or the men she's not telling you about, putting your life at risk. And you start talking about can she see your value? That's what I'm saying. She from that the instant thought probably can't see your value. She can see your money, but she don't see the value you are, the whole being you are. She don't see that, man. She can't even she don't look at men like that. She only sees the stereotypical things associated with her version of a quality man. Many men are going to wind up on the trash pile of society because of their preference, because they're going to walk right into it. If you're a very successful dater and you can date Insta thoughts, baddies, whatever, that group of women, and you don't suffer anything, then it's not bothering you. But if it's failed marriage after failed marriage, failed relationship, divorce, imprisonment, bankruptcy, it's not working for you. It's not working for you. And the black community does push people in a certain direction. They push it. And then you have the simps. You have the simps in the black community. They maintain the status quo. So it really nothing ever changes. And they put this, they continually push this into the community. When you say, we don't, it's other women besides her, but Michelle Obama, right? Let's just be for real. In general, it's to a lot of men, black men, she's not an attractive woman. But when you take another look as a man, where's she lacking? And then you say, well, what's the definition of attraction? What's the definition of a good, top notch woman if it's not her? And then when you hear the people tell you, she ain't got no stripper shape, she don't throw that thing back, you then have to look at the man, and then you can see the direction he's headed in and why he's on the bottom. And it's not just rap music. I'm just saying the whole community thinks like that. Said never be her therapist. Well, you do have to do that one, brother. If you choose that person, you're gonna have to help that person. If you choose her, you're gonna have to help that person. And if you just pump and dump them because they don't have no value, well then you've made a decision. What's best for you? What's best for her? He says, I'm a young 32 and I can't say it'll be her face for me. She can have the attributes, but the face would stop me. That's a big deal to him. That's a big deal. The appearance, facial beauty, facial beauty. And he's just, what he's saying is he's willing to risk it all, lose it all because she's not attractive. And when you look at your options and what you have available to you, is that a good decision? And should you not overcome something like that, when you look at your not the world, not the women who won't date you anyhow, the ones who want to date you, when you look at your options, and one of the big sticking points is you don't like, by your definition, unattractive women, but they got most of everything else. Is that a good decision? Is that a good decision? That's a bad decision for you, man. And you don't have to make babies with unattractive women. You don't have to do that at all. But in general, is that a good decision to make? That's a bad decision. Let me tell you something. Listening to Negroes, watching Negroes get old, watching Negroes get old and have to suffer from all their bad decisions. You have to think about what you're going to do with your future, man. Just watching them suffer, watching them deal with children that they didn't raise, and our kids don't want to deal with them. Kids are strangers. Well, we only live once. Their children are strangers to them. All of the women that they had in their youth, those women have left. They're old now. They got medical issues. You just work with the guy. You're the one taking the guy to the hospital. But he can show you that his preference, that man, I was, my preference, I got my preference, man. That's all I did was remember, and this is what you get, man. And you got to be smarter. When you talk about the game, you got to be smart, man. You got to be smarter to play the game. You just got to play it the smart way. And you got to fine tune it. You got to know where it works and where it doesn't work. Overseas, wherever, you got to know where it works. You got to know what you're doing. If you grew up in the inner city and you got a solid preference for thick bodies and all of that, they still got to treat you right, man. If they're not treating you right, you can forget about them. He said, "Got to sleep with them. That ain't easy if you ain't attracted to them." You're right. But I'm gonna say this again, brother. If your preference, how's your preference turning out? When you say in general, that shit ain't working for it ain't working for nobody really. In America, it ain't working. It certainly ain't working for the black community. Their preference, it ain't working for them on either side. Whether you say the women and the way they view relationships, and the men in the way they view relationships, how's it working out? You say got to sleep with them, but you can't do it if you ain't attracted to them. Why you not attracted to them? Why aren't you attracted to a woman who wants to sleep with you? You met her, right? You guys have went out on a few dates. Why aren't you attracted to them? That does get in the way, man. But you can make the adjustment so that you're not having to pay for this, having to pay for that. What's up with you, Misha? Like the stream, man. What's your direction? What path are you gonna choose, man? In general, there ain't that many classy women in the community. In the black community, it's not. Now you if we want to lie to each other, we can. There's just not that many of them. Now, when you say how many women define themselves as classy, they're all going to do that. But in general, it's not even that many of them. And even when you talk about the women need to act a certain kind of way or change standards, why? You want them to lie? If they're insta thoughts and that's what they are, that's what you're going to be dealing with. That's what they are. And on both sides, you got women who are desperate to keep their men, and you got men who are desperate to keep their women. And on both sides of that, the desperate person is getting dogged out. I've seen women get used, dogged out, and dumped. I've seen men get used, dogged out, and dumped. And one of the reasons is their preference. Their preference and their belief they could convince this person to see things the way they see it. So you would say, is it even a smart idea to be governed by your preference? And to a certain degree, he said you can't do it if you're not attracted to him. You got to understand, man. You need see. This is more of a conversation about how do you feel about yourself. What kind of man are you? What kind of man are you? How do you feel about yourself? If you care about yourself more, you're only gonna date women who respect you and treat you the proper way. Oh, I'm not attracted to her. Why not? The other ones that you are attracted to, they don't want to date you. So why be attracted to them? And what's the point? Isn't it a waste of time to be attracted to a woman who's not going to be with you? He said he's going overseas, and you're gonna have to deal with overseas too. You have to deal with the same, well, pretty much the same thing over there. Is your preference really the problem? Well, if you're like this, like him, this guy said he's going overseas. Is it your preference? Now, look, because I'm not going to get into this where there's a conversation where people say, you trying to get me to stay here. I'm not trying. No, I'm not. Not at all. Oh, man. Like the stream, man. Your preference has to be adjusted so that it benefits you, man. It doesn't put you in harm's way. Now, when you talk to the typical Negro, they don't realize that the way that their conversation is they're putting you in harm's way. When you're dealing with a Negro with a failed marriage, failure Negro, his conversation is going to put you in harm's way. Multiple kids, the typical fucking nigger. His conversation is going to put you in harm's way. You got to be bigger than that. You got to understand that. You don't want to be sent like that. And what do you value? What is important to you? And are you choosing the easy path? Are you just saying this is it's easy. I'm gonna do I'm gonna expect great things to come out of easy decisions. We know that. We know that's not gonna happen, but is that not what you're doing? When you say going overseas, are you dating low hanging fruit overseas? You know, we used to say the beauty pageant. You got Miss Venezuela, you got Miss Philippines, you got Miss Brazil, Miss Colombia. Are you dating women of that caliber? They're overseas, they live there. Why not? Many of them are available. Why aren't you approaching them? Why aren't you dating women like that? And why is it those women intimidate you and you don't find those women attractive? Because they don't carry themselves, you know, like thoughts. They don't carry themselves like thoughts. And let me tell you something. As a man, I had to do some soul searching. I had to get that out of me because I was just, I am. No, I was. I'm still, I was brainwashed. And my preference caused me a lot of problems until I figured out it was my preference. It wasn't the women, it was my preference. Choosing them despite the red flags because I was governed by my attraction. And I accomplished that. I don't go through that struggle no more. What's up with you, man? Come on up here. When you look at a Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, man, to be honest with you, I don't know what that is because she's not attractive. But in all honesty, I don't know what I don't know what that is. Like the stream, man. A lot of men are caught up in the physical. And we see this even with, like I said, a good example is these professional athletes. You see this with the NFL and the football players. They're going after women in strip clubs. They're going after uh, women OnlyFans. Are those classy women? Are those your pick of the litter? And then it happens they get used They get used for their resources, and then they get dumped. And some people interpret it as the women owe these men some type of return on their investment, and that ain't how it works. That ain't how it works, man. You let your preference get you jammed up. And you just can't look classy. You gotta be classy. You can't just look it. That's a big problem. A lot of women, they'll look classy, but they hood. They can't get the hood out of them. They loud. Seen a woman, she was dressed all up, looked like a very classy lady, and she was yelling and screaming. And you could see as she screamed, you could see the makeup crumble and crack right around her eyes and right around her jaw. It was just, it was wrinkling up. But she looked like a classy lady, but she wasn't. So the men deserve the behavior to go with, a classy woman. But that group of women, they're not winning anyhow. They're falling farther, further and further and further behind. They're falling further behind. The thoughts or whatever are just dominating. And this is the thing, right? Even the Negroes, right? You'll hear them who claim they don't like thoughts. They're dating them. They got babies by them. They're running behind them. So they don't even practice what they preach. They're just talking. Choose your path, man. And if you say my path, man, is the instant thought, well, the key thing is how's it working out for you? Is it affecting your life negatively? It ain't no different than if you're a street dude. You're a street dude. Are you accomplishing the things that you want to accomplish? Simple as that. You in the streets. Is it benefiting you? It's irrelevant that you're a street dude if you keep getting locked up. What do you have? You have that to pound on your chest that you're a street dude? You're a street nigga? Yeah, but man, every time I see you, you're getting locked up. Maybe you need to think about the decisions you're making. And maybe you need to do it before you get too old to change. Used to do some outreach. Used to do some outreach dealing with religion. And one of the things we would emphasize to the people was that you have to make these adjustments before you start having these problems. It's one thing to say, okay, I'm going to wait to after I get drunk, get high, get a STD, have a couple of babies and a couple of failed marriages. Then I'm going to go and become a Muslim or a Christian. And no, they said, that's not how you do that. You do it before you make the bad decisions, and you use it to keep you on the right path. When you talk about um, men and the way The images we receive in our social media, when you look at the television, you see these successful men. You see the women that they marry the thoughts. They marry these chicks. These chicks don't have anything, yet they have everything. When you look at a Kobe Bryant, he was rare. Kobe was rare. Most of those guys were just marrying thoughts. Kobe found him a young lady, and this, he was doing. He gave her family a lot of money, and he married her, and he produced his children with her. He said that's a lack of self restraint. Some men base manhood off of how many women they can lay down with. Those pressures can play a significant role at fault. Any man who bases his manhood off of how many women he can smash, that's not a man. And that's just not even a man. And men who care about that, they're not men. LeBron, okay, yeah, LeBron James. They're not men. As a man, you got a responsibility to yourself. You can't put yourself in harm's risk. And once again, if you can get multiple women, and the key thing, it's going to be a certain amount of problems, but I'm saying if it's not life altering problems, you're doing good. But if they're sending you to jail, you're getting into fights over one or two of them, they're ruining your credit, you being emotionally damaged. Yeah, you can't. You got to get out of this multiple women reality and get yourself together. And don't let your preference be the problem. And you can alter a preference. You can alter your preference, man, by demanding that the outcome of your relationships or dating, the outcome be beneficial for you. You'll only do them if it benefits you. You're not you're not going to begin to you're not going to go out with a person unless it look, I'm not saying financially, right? Unless it benefits you. If it going after them creates a lot of hostility, a lot of regret, a lot of thirst, you're making mistakes. Most men are going to choose the wrong path, and most men are going to pay for it. And if you ask most men what's your preference and why do you have it, they wouldn't be able to tell you. And as much as they want to believe they were born with it, the way I'm talking about I'm talking about when you talk about women, right? The differences. They'd be surprised to realize how much they got programmed. And that's why they have a resistance for certain types of women who actually might be the best thing for them. And the thing about that is you let people live their life, man. Live your life. Like the stream, man. It's Sunday. We headed to a new year. When is New Year's? Let me see. Oh, we got about 5 days. It's Wednesday. And we'll be back into 2026. I mean, 2027. Is this right? There we go. Okay. How in the man? I don't know what my thing was messed up. It's the 27th. Okay. Okay. In about 4 days. A lot of men are going to ruin themselves, bro, because their preference is the problem. Because when you combine preference with entitlement, you're going to have problems. And Floyd comes to mind when you look at the brother Floyd. Bad decisions, bad decisions. They led to ultimately he'll be spending the rest of his life in a Brazilian prison. And we want to believe, well, not him, not that guy. What direction are you going to go, man? What decisions are you going to make? And are these decisions best for you? And are you going to be that guy who's bending over backwards being used by women just because you giving up your power when you do that? When your preference becomes the biggest thing that governs you, you really surrender your power, man. You surrender your power when you do that. And when you start talking about dating, what kind of women are you trying to date? Who you trying to date? Most a lot of men don't, they only dating with lower tier women to begin with. They're dating from the bottom of the barrel to begin with. And they're going to be governed by their urges and their instincts. And that's why you see the homicide rate, especially in the black community, it's through the roof. Amongst the youth, I think 25, it's isn't it the leading cause? I think it's the leading cause of death. And a lot of that, now they don't get into the specifics, but a lot of that is because of relationships. A lot of it is. Not all of it, but a lot of it is. And you say, well, why are they fighting over the same woman? Preference. And it's not just emotional damage. We're talking about physical damage. People are being laid down. And then when you talk about classy women, I'm going to say this again. That's a behavior. That's not just an appearance. How does she behave? She has a lot of class in how she behaves. There's not a whole lot of them anyhow. There are a few, but it ain't a whole lot of them. And the few that exist, men not messing with them like that, man. I can tell you that by just experience. Men don't be going after them like that. And I don't know on that. That's what you got to tell me the social engineering, the brainwashing. Maybe that's why it is. Maybe we've just been brainwashed to things that may be good for us. We're brainwashed to not like those things. Because when you think about it, it really don't make sense. But this is how it is. When you talk about dating now, I can go by a nightclub. It'll be 60% full. I can go by a strip club. It's going to be over capacity. And we're not talking about old dudes. We're talking about young dudes. Young dudes who are running the strip clubs, they're not going to no nightclub. So I mean, the dating apps, they on the dating apps because they want to smash. They're not trying to date. And what I'm saying, you got guys running around here, a bunch of kids, no wife. Some of them raising their kids, failed marriage after failed marriage. It's not working, man. That's my point. That stuff ain't working, man. Where's it working at? And it would work though if you make the right adjustments. If you say to yourself, my preference for hood rats is the reason I got to do a year in prison, I'm not going to let that happen to me again. Got to let that go, man. You got to teach your kids to let it go. It's not worth it. And you do. The guy was saying, what do? You do what's best for you. You do that. It has to be what's best for you when you date. When you dealing with women, they got to do what's best for you. Forget this YouTube stuff and all that stuff. You don't know the people on YouTube. They don't know you. It's not like I can say this and then they know me. They don't know me. So they're going to see, women going to think I'm just like everybody else. But if it don't produce the right income for me, I'm not going to be involved in it. And all of that preference stuff, I have a preference, but my preference ain't going to have me regretting years of my decisions I made in my life just because, oh, I was really, really attracted to this person. And it's in the meantime, I miss red flags, problems, bad attitude. And then you got used, man, and you be just like another dude. It's a pile of men over in the corner right now that's been damaged. You become just another one of them. So I call them classy or a seasonal woman, but they present themselves accordingly. I had my raging 20s. I would talk to a woman 10 to 15 years older. It's no issue. Yeah, okay. Older woman, older, mature, established woman. I get that. And it's beneficial for you. You learned a lot. She's a teacher. And you saw the value in that. That's beneficial. That's good. A lot of men don't see the value in that. And a lot of men don't like classy women. They don't like class. They're not attracted to them. We brought up Michelle Obama. You can't say she's not a classy woman, right? But physically attractive, I mean, a lot of dudes, they're gonna say no. But see, this is the thing for every man who says no, how is your situation going? You got the big booty stripper? Okay, how'd that work out? Oh, you got locked up. Oh, she put you on child support. Oh, her dude shot at you. Well, how's that a good decision? That's a bad decision, man. When you talk relationships, man, it's about winning in the relationship. So how do you feel about the Pop the Balloon show? Well, one thing you get on Pop the Balloon is you get uh choices. You get a woman who chooses you, or you get to choose one of them. So you do get that. So you get a beginning. You get a beginning, and then you go from there to see where it leads to. So I don't have a problem with Pop the Balloon. But in the black community, classy women, a lot of them are just gonna stay single because there ain't a whole lot of them, and guys are not attracted to them. And that's what the guy brought up, Venus Williams, not Serena, Venus. Venus is a classy lady. She just married a white man, and we're happy for her, right? We're not gonna go on a big rant about she got her zaddy, and zaddy ain't just a white man. It's more like a something where the man is being dangled and stuff like that to try to uh what that's forget that. The point is this. Why is the Negro running around in the strip club chasing thoughts and strippers? And you got someone like a Venus Williams, she's available. She secured her. I didn't say she had to. Okay, I didn't say she had to secure a white man. I don't know if you guys keep up with them, but all Venus dates are white men. She's always dated white men. Now, there's really no criticism, right? Because she's not an attractive woman. So I'll grant you that, but still, she would be a classy woman. And it makes you wonder why aren't men, black men, why aren't we attracted to classy women? Especially when it benefits us. And then when you talk about I don't need your money, and then you get took to the cleaners. You got the Tyrese, but then you get took to the cleaners. You keep saying I'm only gonna date these thots and hood rats and strippers, and then you get taken to divorce court. You lose everything. And the value, right? And then we know, like I said, you come on YouTube, these dudes are saying it. Half these dudes jail niggas. Half these dudes wouldn't even have, bruh, if it wasn't for Google, they would be raking my leaves. But you come on here, what are they talking about? Most of them are talking about dating uh, the type of women who are going to be bad for you in the long run. They're going to be bad for you, man. If you're trying to go somewhere, they're not going to be able to go with you. And in the process, they're going to pull you back down. What decision are you making? And are you, when you just living your life in general, but when you're dating, what kind of decision are you making? And you got dudes who think I'll just whine about women. You see that on many platforms, dudes who just whine about women. Well, how's that benefiting you? Or I'll just shame, 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 humiliate, and take all of her self esteem. Then I can hop on her and smash when she's at her lowest. See, all of that is that's low. That's lower tier ways, but that's not beneficial. It's not going to benefit you in the way you want it to. You'll be able to accomplish your goal, yeah. Insult, humiliate, shame, 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 insult, and it breaks down a woman's resistance. And then you can get in there and do whatever you want to do, but it's not going to. The end result's going to come back to haunt you. And you can't say, "Blacks, you don't know what you're talking about." Look at our society, and Negroes do that every day. Negroes insult, 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 humiliate, humiliate, and do it all day. And becomes the mother of their children. And then they wonder why their children are messed up and why she's messed up. Well, why do it anyhow? He says regular women take you to divorce. Well, why get married to anybody? If there's no difference between one and the other, why deal with them at all? And I need some help. Why does the classy woman have to take a back seat in the black community? Why are they not really in demand? And why can't we deal with a real issue and talk truth without being afraid? Because I want to attack this issue. Why is it classy women don't really have no rhythm in the black community? Why is that? Why is it classy women don't really have rhythm in the black community? Why is that? Why are these women always single? Why are these women always going through it? Now, we all know she's a woman, so any woman can get a man. Okay, we're not talking about that. We're talking about why they don't really hold preference. In a room of women, why is she the last one that guys show interest in? Why is that? And why that type of thinking? Don't you think that's detrimental to men, just in general, because men think like that. It's leaving a bad situation in our community. And let me say this, and the Negro will lie. The Negro will lie and say, no, that's not true. I only like to, and that's the same Negro who keeps making mistakes. He said, classy women don't get rhythm in the black community because it's usually an act. And we primarily raised by women. Yeah, I'm confused on that. Are you trying to say, but see, you really can't say it's just an act. Because really, in my opinion, that is the problem. The act. You mean it's just an appearance? It's not a lot of them, but they're there. But where I have seen them, I do see a lack of interest by black men. That's what I see, and I don't think that's very beneficial when you look at the end result of relationships in the black community. Because if it's mostly the dancers, and only thoughts, look at the outcome. And we know we are highly influenced by our profession, especially the black community, our professional athletes, our entertainers. We're highly influenced by them. And we see them every day choosing those types of women for relationships, for making babies. We got the guy now, Stephon Diggs. They might win the Super Bowl, the Patriots. He's got 4 kids on the way, and he chose a stripper. All his kids, I mean, all those women are from Instagram. Because see, that's the way we think. And we don't like to tell the truth. See, the reason the community is in the bad shape is we don't want to tell the truth. We're so concerned with putting wallpaper over cockroaches because we don't want other people to know what's going on, all the problems in our community, because we're embarrassed. No, it's reinforced by those people. They're going to, because that's what they do. He said the rare classy black woman is raised to be toxic by other black women. They often they often believe they are too good for black men. But see, that's societal programming, like you said. Um, that's societal program. That's how we're programmed. That's the way we're programmed. Many of them do believe they're too good for black men, but there are many black men who believe they're too good for them too. And see, we don't want to tell that, but a lot of black men, it's 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 not even intimidation. It's they're not even on their radar. You say, man, what about her? What about her? I don't like the way she dresses. She dresses too modest for me. She dresses almost like she's in the church, man. I don't like that. And then he says, oh, by the way, my baby mama sent me to jail last night. How's he winning? How's he winning? He's not winning. You don't win like that. And as a man, when you see that, you have to say, wait a minute, is it beneficial for me to deal with the classy woman, despite I'm not really, really attracted to her because I've been socially conditioned, right? So is it beneficial for me to deal with the classy woman and I don't have this overwhelming attraction, or should I deal with the insta chick and I do have a high attraction, but then I'm taken through something, whether it's emotional, financial, I'm traumatized. How is it a good decision to just trust my preference? And the only reason I'm saying, I'm not saying it never works. The only reason I'm saying it is look at the fallout in our community. Just look at the black community. How can you say they're making good decisions? They're not. You want me to get the paper? I think it was around Christmas, like 3 people got, it was all over relationships. This dude, the day before Christmas, guy comes outside. Her ex is there. They get into an argument. Man shot, died at the hospital. Another situation, man was fighting with his old lady. He got deleted. So you have to take a look and say, man, the way we're hooking up, these relationships are going left. He said black men just don't want to end up in family court, divorce, or child support. That's the real issue. No one has a solution for that. Well, yes, I have a solution for that. Black men don't want to end up in family court, divorce, don't get married. Child support, don't have kids. That was easy. And let me tell you about that. There are no guarantees, brother. Now, you could come on these YouTube channels and you can listen to these guys give you this nonsense. There are no guarantees. The only way you'll change family court is through legislation. Ain't nobody on their YouTube channel gonna change nothing. Child support, you got to have legislation. You got to get out here to collectively and buy you a politician, put you somebody in office. I think there's a guy right now in Arizona. That's how you make change. You don't sit back and demand your life be perfect. It don't work that way. Well, if I get married, I can never get a divorce. No, you might get divorced. Well, what about child support? The kid got to eat. It's unfair. Well, you decided to have kids in an unfair system. Like the stream, man. We going into Sunday, and nothing's gonna change in the community, though, man. We know that nothing's gonna change. Everything's gonna stay the way it is until, I guess it's just until it's unrecoverable. It's unrecoverable now. Okay, well, we appreciate you. Say he's in the streets fighting the system, and you should, man. You got the right attitude. You got the right understanding that you got to change things. It's more you can once you rectify the problem, now you got to make change. If you never solved the problem, why do it? You got to make that decision, man. We was talking about yesterday a turning point. Everybody at some point in your life, you got to make these decisions, and you want to make them before they ruin you. And I'm gonna say this again: a dancer. If every when you date a dancer, if A, you can deal with her interacting with her customers, that don't bother you. B, you guys have an understanding about the money she's making. So you cool with that. Whether you let her keep it or whether you get it from her, you guys have a understanding. 3, you're gonna have to deal with her in the sense all the sweet lies men have pumped into her head, inflated ego, and a fading beauty. Are you willing to do that? You're gonna have complete. Well, you're gonna never have complete, but you're gonna have access to her after she's been rubbed up and pushed and touched and all of that. You're not gonna get it in her youth. She's gonna be with other men. Now, let me say this: if you can handle that and it's working out for you, then you doing the right thing. It's working for you. But we know most men can't. We know most men that's ain't gonna work. We know most men are gonna run out there because it's easy. It's easy to get these. It's easier to deal with the strippers. It's just easier because they're there, they're available, they have naked, and all you gotta do is give them some money. They don't want to go to the nightclub because in the nightclub they have to dress appropriately, they got to behave appropriately, and they have to talk to the women, and then the women have to agree with them, and that's just for it's easier to go to the joint now. It uh, um, they're gonna go there. They're gonna go. They're not gonna go to the nightclub. He said, and your woman that's a nurse is getting that dancer treatment from doctors and patients. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Well, I mean, we're humans. I'm sure. I'm sure to a certain degree that goes on, but no, I don't look at it as something that's the norm. And you could get kicked. You know, did you know you can get kicked out of a hospital? They kick you out of a hospital, man. You go in there, you put your hands on the nurse. They'll be coming to get you out of there. Now they'll just send you to another hospital. So that's when you say it from the patients thinking about that, man, saying, well, that's wild because that's just wild. Because if you need the help and you're in a hospital, you really don't need to be trying to put yourself in a harm's way in a bad way. But the men who make the decisions who don't let their preference destroy them, and when they get out of this value, where do you see your value? Because we know in the black community, like he said, the classy lady has been programmed by toxic women to not even like black men. And because she's a classy lady, her preference is white men. So that's another thing that we as black people, we have to overcome. We have to deal with that. Isn't that something when you think about it? And you know, the YouTuber up here who says the black men are the trash. Black men are the absolute trash of the of the dating game. And then that's an embarrassing thing to say. And this is a black man saying it. But is he not just telling the truth? Is he not just simply telling you the truth? This is how you see the world. And this also is symbolic to easy. The dancer requires less effort. The professional, classy lady traditionally is going to require more effort. And I am not saying some fake demand, that you got to wait 90 days. I'm not even talking about nothing like that. She's just going to require more effort than a dancer. And the reason, and she's not going to get as much attention. And the way we look at everything, the way it's packaged in the black community, the way it's packaged, you can look at a Cardi B with 3 kids, um, dating a man who's got 3 more kids on the way, and he's a football player. He's a millionaire. But that falls in lockstep with the way we date, right? His preference, her preference. They don't care about the red flags. And that's going to influence the youth to try to be just like them. He said, he said, both here and on the moon, overseas, if she likes you and you like her, move forward. If you like her and she acts like she doesn't like you, leave her alone. There is no game. Well, you're right. I can agree with that. To some degree, I can agree with that. You still got to choose your path, man. And we know most men are going to hit that strip club and they're going to go after that type. And they're doing it right now. They're going to do it tomorrow. They're going to do it next week. And it's the same thing. You say go overseas, and you go overseas and you're dating low hanging fruit. You're dating the red light district. You're dating the sex workers. You're dating um, the lower tier females. But when you look at the way we're conditioned, especially black men, we're like he said, we don't even think we have the value to date outside of that dynamic. So even when we go overseas, we're dating low hanging fruit. So it's a conditioning. And you can't be governed by your preference, man. You got to defeat that. Your new preference is what's best for you, not what you get thirsty for. Say you was that way when you was a young man. You was emotionally attracted to certain women. But over time you learn to look at your options and then choose the one that best suited you for the future, whatever. You have a kid, hey, I chose her because I knew if I had a kid, she would be a wonderful mom. But at the time, I really, really wanted this other person who looked better, but I didn't think she would be able to be a good mom. I didn't think that she would be a good partner for the future. And now, let me say this. We're not going to do it. Well, I'm going to do that, but we know that most men are not going to do it, and that's fine. They don't have to do it. Take your ass to jail because that's where, or take your ass somewhere because in the end, you're going to pay for those mistakes. And now you got like the way we going right now. It's happening right now. You got dudes, they ain't even around their kids. Their kids are uh, 8, 9 years old. They haven't even been around them. They haven't even been around their children. And you can talk to them and say, "Are you changing the way you've been approaching relationships?" Most of them are not. They still doing the same thing. They haven't even learned from their mistakes. Like the stream, bro. Which path are you gonna choose, man? And what decisions are you gonna make? And everything's gonna stay the same. So, and to a certain degree, you do have to sympathize with the quote unquote classy lady because in the black community, she's just not wanted. There ain't nothing wrong with her, but she's just not wanted. She's not. There you go. You going to the strip club. You say, I'll choose the path of least resistance. You going to the joint. You going to the shake. And this is the world we live in, man. And we know about the conditioning and the brainwashing that the black community, we know all about that. The exploitation. Force this, force that. The Negro and how the Negro is almost being bred to stay and remain on the lower rung of our society. We know that, right? And there has to be a change, man. Will there be a change? Probably not. Which is why we are in our position, man. Like the stream, man. We got the join link posted, man. We'll take your thoughts. What's up with you, K Rex?
What's up with you, Plat?
What's up with you?
What's going on? How was your Christmas, bro?
It was straight.
All right, that's what's up. That's what's up. I saw the I hope everybody in the chat had a good Christmas. I saw the title. I was on earlier, but then I had went to go do something. I came back. what you started talking about since, because I think you was just starting the topic when I first joined.
Why do black men, why would they prefer to deal with a dancer over a classy lady?
Cause of the way the way niggas be thinking, bro. Niggas just be thinking what they yeah. They follow what they see.
Hmm. So that's why, because there you go, brother. There you go. He answered the question, and it's easier, right?
Yeah, bro. Like that's what I was saying in the chat earlier. Like they settle for what they can get, bro. Not necessarily.
Mm. So the Negro, the black man, he settles and he does it without complaint.
No, no, no. Not. I'm not saying black man in general. If you talking about niggas,
Yeah,
then yeah,
K-Rax.
yeah.
Does the black man? You said he settles. If he settles, does he do it without complaint?
I mean, a lot of the time, yeah. If I'm being real.
Okay. Okay. So the classy lady, she doesn't get the attention because she requires more effort. Okay, but and do you think the black man even thinks he can get her?
Well, I won't say she gets. I won't say she gets more attention off.
I said less. No, she gets less attention.
I'm not. No, that don't mean she get less attention necessarily. She just don't get the attention she want. You get what I'm saying?
No, she's not going to
What?
get the same amount of attention, man. No, no, no. Look, if you take a classy lady and you put her around four thoughts in a room of 10 people, the thoughts going to get all the attention. Nothing to say that somebody don't like her, but they're not really going to be trying to talk to her. They're going to try to talk to the other four. And then eventually somebody will say something to her. But it's got nothing to do with I mean, it's got everything to do with she's the least not
Wait,
she's
wait,
a,
wait,
the
wait,
least
wait, wait,
she's the
wait, wait.
least
Are you talking about like
she's the
her?
least desired. She's the least desired by the men
But just because she
because she
classy?
because she classy. You know that
I mean, yeah, but like if she look good, like I mean, to me it
she can
never
be
mattered.
she
But
can be attractive, but she won't be desired by them because she's a classy lady.
oh, I get what you say. I mean, and you saying niggas don't know what to do with that.
Well, okay, yeah, I would agree. They don't.
I mean, yeah, I mean that's true. A lot of
They
they
feel
don't.
more.
A lot.
You agree that most men are more comfortable dealing with strippers and women of that sort as opposed to classy women?
From a comfortability and a more yeah, and more stubborn. If you more stubborn, yeah, you of course you're gonna stick to what you know, and you're not gonna
Mhm.
try to see that. And yeah, you right, Pleck, because that's an issue. Like you're supposed to try to go out of your way and try something new, try something fresh, try new ways, brand new ideas. But like you said, you get too comfortable. It's like you used to the same thing, so why not keep doing it instead of so dude, that's what dudes be doing, but I wouldn't recommend that. I wouldn't recommend that.
Well, it's not about a recommendation; it's just reality. Because now, like I said, we actually trying to tell the truth up here. We come up here and lie. Conventional wisdom would say, "Hey, pick the classy lady. Hey, man, she's better off for you, and all of that. She can do more for you, right?" But that ain't how they're dating. So how do you accomplish the mission of helping if you're lying?
That's
The dudes are going after the dancers and women of that sort. And I was trying to figure out, is it our social programming of what it is? Because like I was saying, I said when I was a young man, I was never attracted to classy women. Look, did I have a problem with them? No. Did I not find them attractive? They were attractive. I didn't desire those types of women. I just didn't desire them. I
That's
was a
pretty
dude. I was a
good.
dude from the black community. I was a dude. I was used to a lot of half naked women, a lot of twerking. I desired that, and I had to break myself out of that because it was detrimental to my future.
Yeah, like that's what. Yeah, play. You can still hear me?
Yeah, I'm right here, bro.
All right.
Your phone
No,
bugged.
it's doing it now.
Just go ahead and talk, man.
No, I was saying. What was I saying? Oh no, I was saying. Yeah, like it's more about.
You
It's
sound far. You sound far away.
all right. Hold on, give me a second. You could
No,
talk.
no, no. The classy one is not desired the same way the thoughts are desired. And that's especially in the black community. It can't even be more pronounced than in the black community. Being a classy lady, you'll probably be marrying a white guy or you'll be single because they just don't deal with men. Men don't find them. I didn't wait a minute. Listen, I didn't say they are attractive, but they don't desire them. And it's sort of the way we've been conditioned as men. When you look at someone like a Michelle Obama, and these Negroes would lie, but the truth is this: she's not a she's attractive, but she's not desirable. Well, you can make a case she's not even attractive, but she would be considered a classy lady. But we are taught. I was taught that don't mean anything. That gave her no extra advantage or anything. She was just a classy lady. And when you start talking about the young boys and stuff like that, we was told she was the hardest. She gonna what they say, she won't give it up, stuff like that. Man, that girl ain't gonna give nobody nothing. Look at her. Like stuff like that. And you say, well, how's that working out? Go look at the community. What do you think? Is it working out okay? Don't look like it's working out for me. I mean, to me, it don't look like it's working out. And a lot of these Negroes, they're not going to tell you the truth. They don't want to crap. Even now, in their 30s, they don't deal with classy women. They don't want one. They still running behind the thoughts. So when you say Cheyenne Bryant went half naked to the Jeezy concert, she could make a case, that she wanted the men to see her and she was giving them what they wanted. And this is the world we live in, man. This is how the game go.
But it's reality though. Like you said, it's all
Hmm.
reality. Like,
What
and
do
that's
you talk to classy women?
yeah, I had before. That's
Okay,
why I
but be
said,
for real, K Rex. If you see a classy woman, you see another woman who's thought it out, right? But she looks good, right? Who are you gonna
yeah.
talk to? Who are you gonna talk to?
Wait, repeat that. My fault.
If she's standing next to another woman who's started out, who are you gonna talk to?
What, a classy woman,
The classy woman versus the thotty woman.
bro? A classy. If you didn't
See,
been
you know
look,
what, man? You know what? See, this is what I said.
see
You
what
can't have an honest discussion
I'm
because
being
no,
real,
no, no,
Plat.
no.
No,
That's
no,
your
no, Plat.
ego.
Listen, Plat.
That's your
Listen,
ego, brother.
Plat.
That's your
Listen.
ego.
I'm not
You
being
come up
with
here and
you.
you playing the game. Look,
Okay,
man.
bro. Okay,
You
bro.
most men
Okay,
are
bro.
going to talk to the thotty woman. They're not gonna say
So,
anything
Platt, you
conclusive.
speaking for me? That's what you saying?
Yeah, but brother,
That's basically what you saying, bro. That's not what your
you gotta
platform's
tell the
supposed to
truth.
be about, bro. You're
But you
not
gotta tell
supposed to speak for me, bro.
but you have to tell the truth.
I'm being honest. Why would I go choose it, bro? If you just explained it how you explained it, why would I? And I've already dealt with those types before. Why would I go out of like? You get what I'm saying? Like that's not me, Platt. But I guess continue.
You agree it's most men, right? Well, most
Yeah,
black.
but it's not
Okay,
me.
okay,
That's what I'm saying.
but you agree that it's most black men, right?
Yeah.
Ok, so you
But
agree
I ain't
most
gonna speak for every single like
brother,
it's
what
not
see, this is what we do. Look, listen, man. K-Rex, nobody knows you, man. You can speak honestly here. You're withholding your answer because you're afraid to tell the truth. You're afraid to tell the truth. You keep saying you can't speak for them. Listen, most black men would not date a classy woman. They're more comfortable dating the thotty woman. How did it happen? We've been programmed. We've been brainwashed. Should we break out of it? We should. We should, but we're not going to. And you can see it in your neighborhood. You can see it everywhere. You know, you see that, man. Even we saw with this Venus Williams. She was single forever. But dudes want no brothers. I ain't never heard no brother say they want to do anything with her. She's a very accomplished, classy lady. This is where we are, man. This is where we at. He says it's because she's the one that's most likely to be down. Thank you, Eli. They would prefer the thought because she's the one who's most likely to be down with a casual relationship or one night stand. We men are just playing the odds. Thank you. Thank you. Like I said, less resistance, less to deal with, or easier. And now, Eli, my point is, how's that working out for us?
wait, Platt, my bad. You can hear me, Platt?
Yeah, I hear you.
Alright. What was the last thing cause I had to read I had to fix my sound.
You agree with me that most men would prefer the thought. They would go after the thought. This,
Yeah, but Platt, you also gotta think of what caliber of men you talking about. Like you just saying black men in general, like what elaborate? Like what do you mean by that?
even the lames, even the black men who are lames, they have a preference of these thotty women. They're always complaining about the thoughts. I mean, but they're trying to date them or they're dating them. They're not dealing with classy women. You say, so what type of men? It seems like all of them. Thank you, Eli. Thank you. He gets it. It ain't working out for us. You got that? Now, you know what we can do? We can change and we can have a reevaluation. We can reevaluate the way we approach this stuff so that it benefits us and think twice about making the decisions that's causing all of these problems. Savings analysis from Goldstone. And think twice. You need to cut your computer down.
I just got on for a minute. Good morning. And I wanted to say, come on, stop the stereotypes. I understand what you're saying.
Ma'am, Ma'am, ma'am,
Yeah.
we're having a discussion. If it's okay with you.
Yeah. And I
Okay,
thought
well,
that
okay, well,
people were
ma'am,
invited.
ma'am, we're having a discussion.
Okay.
You may not like parts of it, but I mean, you come up here telling me stop the stereotypes.
No,
If there's a stereotype, it's being placed in it for a reason. It's an
but the
example.
okay, but does truth also have a place in
Yes.
your conversation?
Where's the truth?
Or
Yeah.
do we have to agree with you and go with what
Person,
you know? I'm just
person.
asking.
Do you want to? I mean,
Yeah, but I
you want to
do and I
participate?
don't because once again, I
You
know
you 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 want to
respectfully.
you want to criticize me personal,
No,
right?
I liked what Kay was saying.
Person,
Kay was trying to
personal,
allow.
personal, personal, personal. Address the topic if you
Okay,
want
I
to.
will address
Don't
the
worry about Kate.
topic.
Don't worry about Kate.
But the thing about it is, he was trying to make a point
And I'm
that
making
he
a
was
point,
not that
and
man,
I'm making a point. Okay, he
and
gets.
everyone has to agree with you because Kay was disagreeing.
Well, he wasn't telling the truth.
He was telling the truth. That was his truth. How you gonna
Personal.
know
You
his
do
truth?
you? Okay, bye. Personal. Bye. Bye. You hear this? You see what I have to deal with? You see what I have to deal with? She's up here telling me, arguing with me about what I'm doing. Look, personal. You don't have to like what I'm doing. There is a solution to that. You do know that, right? Right? Now
Solution all the time.
he can
But
say
if you
he
have
can
an
say
open forum,
he can say whatever he wants, but I made a point that sometimes we got to tell the truth. Personal, I'm a black man.
but why
No,
wasn't he
Plat,
telling the
No,
Plat.
no,
truth?
I'm a black man. I'm a
Wait,
black
Plat,
man.
Plat,
No,
Plat.
hold up, Kay, don't take that. She's trying to create a rift anyhow, just
No, I'm
creating
not. I
problems.
swear to God, I
Um,
don't have.
when all is said and done, I said it's important that we not be ashamed, not be embarrassed. We have to tell the truth. We don't like classy women. Oh, that's not something that is good to hear. I'm a black man, but I'm trying. I need him. I need him to help me make this point. In the process, we helping people in the chat. So I'm saying that you know damn well, K-Rax Negroes ain't looking for no classy woman like that. I said they gonna be a first choice. And he was saying it was. I said, no, man, come on, ain't gonna be their first choice.
Every black man is not the same. Every
Yeah,
black
that's
Go
what
ahead,
man
I'm
not
go ahead,
like
saying.
go
You
you,
ahead,
got to
Plat.
get
K-Rax.
more
I don't need you to
specific.
tell me that, man. What
You
is wrong with this woman coming up here arguing with me?
no,
Can I
but
have a
Plat.
can I have a YouTube channel, man? Like she's my mother. Can I have a YouTube channel? Mom,
Plat,
mom, can I have my opinion, mom?
Plat, and can I have mine? Can I have mine and it disagree with you? Because if
Well,
it's not in agreement with you, you
are
like to
you
kick people off your
are you
platform. Every
disagreeing?
I'm
Are
gone
you
because the thing about
okay?
it is
I got
you
you.
can't agree. If you don't
I
agree
got
with you, then you're
Wait,
I got
wrong.
personal.
you.
Calm
There you
down.
go.
Calm
And
down.
she's out
Calm
of
down.
here.
It's okay.
Go to sleep,
Just,
mom.
just calmly explain yourself.
It don't even make sense, man. And see, people they take too much out of these podcasts, right? And they become emotional. You'll be all right, personal. You're upset now, but you'll be all right. And personal, it's only going to continue. So if it aggravates you, if I was you, I wouldn't listen. And you know, the funny thing about it is people think that you listen to this platform. I know what I'm doing. Okay. I've told people I've been into radio. You know what talk radio is? I've done that. There's certain things the way you do stuff. And then you come on YouTube and people don't know what you're doing and they think this and they think that. Yeah, I'm not doing nothing wrong. It ain't no different. What do you think Ben Shapiro does? What do you think? Oh, what do you think Candace Owens is doing? What do you think Candace Owens is doing? Come on, she's having a podcast. You can listen or not listen. But see, because I'm a black man, I don't have a right to do this. I have to do it her way. She won't let me even have a podcast talking about some nigga I kicked off, and I kick him off again. What about it? See, that's when and I have to maintain my sanity when I do this because see, then I get pushed too far. Uh, uh, I don't regret shit I do, Virtuous. Nothing. And I'll do it again. Yeah, so now you can answer the question or you can leave, but I don't want to be criticized. And I'm going to do what I've been doing. You might not want to listen no more. Now, it's up to you. The choice is yours. We're going to let you back up here.
I thought that
Did you
it
know you
was
was
a
did you know
fair
you
discussion.
did you know you was up here?
Yeah, I can tell from the
Or
back.
you could.
Yeah.
It is fair.
Well, they say that
Why don't you just
it's
give us your thoughts?
well, I can't because you keep talking over me. I can't.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I only reason I came up is because Kay was trying to prove a point, and
Uh,
you
ma'am, 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 ma'am.
you asked me to give my point.
Talk about the topic.
First of all, the last thing I need to do with anybody is argue. I listen to your podcast, and I've been listening to it for years.
Ma'am, do you want to talk about the topic?
The topic is classy women opposed to dancers, okay? And you were making a point that a lot of men or most Black men don't like classy women. And I came up to give my opinion to say I
Okay, I'm
disagree with
listening.
that.
Okay.
I
Okay.
disagree. That's it.
So hold
No
up.
argument.
As a black woman, you've lived a black life, around black people. You're telling me that the that the men that you've been around, the places you've been around, the men look for the classy women as
Well, I don't go
opposed
to the places where the ratchet women are. So the places I go to, classy
your
men are
whole
there
life,
looking for
your
classy all
your
my
whole-
life
your whole life.
because I was raised by my father and
Yeah,
four brothers. That's
yeah.
right. So
Well,
once again,
that's not my
everybody is in different
that's not
circles.
my experience. The person I don't need
Ex-
to tell. Everybody ain't gonna agree with me. I don't need you to emphasize that. That's not
right.
been my experience. I don't. That's
Okay, that's fine.
personal. Will you stop being my mother?
I'm
I
not
know
being
what
your
I'm
mother.
doing.
Will you
Stop
stop
trying to
being
say.
my
Stop
father? Will you
trying to
stop being my
save me. I'm
father?
not. I'm just in charge of this podcast,
Okay, and I
and I got to
respect that.
deal. And I got to deal with Google, which
Okay.
you don't. Which you don't have to
Google.
deal with.
Google
I'm
ain't
not
mad with
trying. Man, get out of here. Go ahead, Star P.
I agree. I agree with this that you have up here.
Mm-hmm.
Like as me as a guy, I like me a freaky girl. I ain't even
You
gonna
that?
front.
Now hold on, hold on.
I'm not.
Do you have you don't have a problem with a classy woman, right? Like you even
No,
okay,
no.
thank you. Hold on. She can even be attractive, her appearance, right? She can look
Yeah.
good, but you don't desire her. You actually desire, like you said, the freaky chick, right?
Yes, because
Thank
when
you.
it come to classy women, they be like, you can't do too much, and hold my hair and like all this other bougie type of. I don't like that. I like, hey, I like a
Thank
man.
you.
I like a
and
dude.
like they say.
Now start P by you coming up here and being honest. There are men in the cloud in the chat box who are probably thinking about this themselves and you're showing them you're a black man you going through it too and you saying hey
I'm a brown man. Correction. I'm a
okay
brown man.
okay
Go
you're a
ahead.
brown man and you going through it too, that's all I'm saying, and we're trying to show you now. I said don't be a slave to your don't let your preference be the problem because you got to be able to deal with these women. So if you have a preference and your preference are women you just cannot deal with, you got to change the preference. You got to.
And then you still got to be disciplined though too. You still can't be super thirsty for it either though. You can't just But I ain't gonna look. It's crazy because I don't think thirst is a bad thing. Just like when it comes to women they like to eat, so hunger ain't a bad thing. But if you over thirsty or if you over hungry, you know what I'm saying? That's when it becomes a bad thing. all in moderation, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? So you know,
Mm-hmm. And this is where we're at now. Do I think it should be different? Do I think it should be? I think it would benefit the community if guys went after more refined women and they look for other things, not just the physical beauty. I'm not now. I'm saying pronounced in the sense that you can see it. Maybe she's dressed up. You really can't see her shape. She's not really showing you anything revealing. But to cut her, I mean, to not be attracted to her because you see somebody who's half naked. As a man, I'm a black man in America. That is a certain amount of brainwashing because now we've circumvented just the way reality is. We saying, okay, this is what I'm gonna respond to. When I know if I responded to the classy woman, I would get a better outcome. But I'm not as attracted to her as opposed to the half naked woman. And then I wind up getting locked up or I get bankrupt. I got what I wanted, but look at what I got. Now I got to pay the price.
hey Platt, check this out. When it comes to the beautiful classy girl, that to me that's no different from like a trophy just sitting up on your wall somewhere, and it don't do nothing. It just look good. You know what I'm saying? And when it comes to the the freaky girl, that girl gonna put in some work for you. In a lot of cases, that's what I've run into. When it comes to the pretty when it comes to the pretty girls, they don't do nothing. They just sit there, you know, they don't do
Mm,
nothing. Like
mm.
what do I want with that? It just sit there. It just looks good. Okay. And
Well, Star P, can I ask you? I'm gonna ask you this question, Star P. Do you? Because you said you don't. They they're they don't um, excite you, and when with being with them intimately, they're too much trouble. Would you say that you don't even like classy women?
it's not that I don't like them. It's just that look, I'm good. I'm like whatever. I'm just look. I'm walking right past them. You know, because I've already dealt with women like that. I'm good. Nope. I need a woman that's gonna do something.
Okay, there you see that. You're right, Star
So
P. That's a lot.
I'm
It's
just
a
saying.
it's a
No,
lot of.
Plat. That go back to my point. Original, my what we was talking about earlier, Plat. Like you was saying, if there was a option between a classy woman, and I'm explaining my point after this. If it was an option between a classy woman and a thought, I'm gonna pick the classy woman because at least with that woman, it's you could at least it may be another conversation with that woman.
You know you're being ridiculous, right?
Man,
How how
you gonna have that classy woman. All she gonna be doing is wiping her feet on your back, dude. So good luck with that, buddy.
No,
nah,
we're gonna
nah.
listen to you, K Rex. You're gonna listen to you, but you're being ridiculous right now. But go ahead,
I
brother.
may explain how though.
You're not gonna K Rex. You're not going to prefer or deal with a classy woman over a thotty woman. To say that, to make a statement like that, you have to call it into. Are you just saying? What are you saying this for? Because you're not telling the truth.
I don't, but I'm curious as to why you so fixated on like that
You,
nobody would ever do that, bro.
I
Like
would.
why
I've
is that?
listened to you.
Why do you
I've,
think that's the case?
I've listened to you for a while, and I've never got the impression that you had some type of preference for classy women.
I mean, yeah, but that's that's not that don't mean I don't have that. I've dealt with them before, and it's I would rather deal with them than deal because you got it with when you dealing with those type
See,
of
no,
when you
but see,
dealing with that.
you sound like to me you're just saying this to be, you know, you're saying this, but you're just saying it to try to make yourself look good. And we need honest people up here to help us. That's what I'm saying. Oh, you want the classy girl? Yeah, of course.
But no, that's what I was explaining. Plat with that woman is you'll have a different conversation versus you just smashing a thought. Plat.
um,
I feel bad for you, buddy, bro. I really do, man. Hey, man, I feel bad for you, dog. Oh my
You
goodness.
can feel bad all day long, nigga. I know what I'm talking about. Like y'all niggas tell the truth and niggas still be trying to act like niggas don't know what they talking about. Like it ain't. It's cool though.
mhm.
And you seem like you a boring dude, just like that boring, classy broad that you trying to, man, get out of here.
Nigga, ain't you the same nigga your wife cussed you out on this bitch? Shut your bitch ass up. Like, what are you talking about?
I'm a bitch now. I'm a bitch
Um,
now. Did I
now,
ever did
come
I
on,
ever did
man.
I
Nigga,
did I
I
did
was on that stream,
did I
bro.
ever
You
call
talking about nah.
did I ever call you out your name? Hoe ass nigga. I slap the shit out of you.
Nigga, you would never in your life.
You know what,
Shut
bro?
that
This
shit
is
up.
ridiculous, man. You see what you started, virtuous. You see what you started, don't you? You are responsible for both of these men. You did this. You know, and this is what we're talking about, man. This is you know, look, right, wrong, whatever you want to believe. In my life, men gravitate to the thotty women. Now, is the conversation who should they go to? In my opinion, based off the results, they should deal with classy women. Not because I think that no. Look at our community. Look at all the baby mamas and the failed marriages and failed relationships. They're making a bad decision. Look at our community.
Can
That's
can I add to what you're saying real quick? I'm not saying classy women are bad women. I'm not saying that. It's just their attitude and what you can do with them is very limited because of how they are, when it comes to the classiness. You know what I'm saying? Like now
mhm.
that's good. Okay, you could take her out to a boxing event, have her on the arm, you know what I'm saying? Well, when they come to other stuff like trying to put her to work, she ain't gonna want to get dirty. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
That's
Star
all I'm
Pete,
saying.
but, and that's fine that you feel that way. But Star Pete, do you not think it's dangerous for a man to just evaluate women completely just sexually?
Evaluate them just sexually.
Because you keep saying she ain't gonna want to do nothing. You're talking sexual, right?
I'm speaking not only sexual. I'm speaking in all factors. I'm speaking of everything. Like, you know what I'm saying? You might need her to go make a run or do something. You might need her to hold
See,
something.
that's what I'm saying. Y'all
It just
niggas
depends. It just depends, man. So I'm just saying, like,
Mm,
hey, certain
okay.
bras, I'm telling you, man, they want to just sit there. And ain't not I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. Some bras just want to sit there and look pretty. And that's not a bad. I'm not saying it like it's a bad. It's not a bad
so
thing.
plat so plat.
At what point in your life, Star P, do you think you'll be the type of man who could be happy with a woman who just wants to sit around and look pretty?
I won't. I don't like it. I'm just no.
You don't think 10 years from now, 15 years from now?
Nah, nah, I'm
Okay.
good. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with even if it takes me to the point to where I'm gonna die alone. I don't care. I came in this world alone. I'm gonna die alone. I've already dealt with that reality. So I don't care. Whatever. Bye.
Well, that's just the truth. Look, you can be, if you're a guy out here, you can scoop them up. You can say, hey, look at that chair. That's a little classy. That's a little suburban. I like her. I like her. And all the other guys could be running after the thoughts. And you say, I'm going to get, and you go in there and you scoop them. As a man, that's one thing you can incorporate in your game. You can peel women that a lot of dudes are not paying attention to. But have I seen men go after the classy women in any numbers over the Insta type chicks. No, I've never seen that. I ain't never seen that.
And then Platt, don't get me wrong. Don't I'm not saying I won't ever,
Oh,
holler
we get
or so.
that. I
I'm
mean,
not okay,
we get
okay,
that.
all right. All
Birds
right.
and the bees. We get that. That's not my point. I didn't say she wouldn't get smashed. She a woman and she's attractive. I'm saying the men do not choose her first. If I took a classy lady and I took four Hooter waitresses, they just work at Hooter. They in college and they put on their little Hooter outfits, and I put them there with a woman who's graduated college, but she's very, uh, you know, proper, and she holds herself to a certain degree in order. And I let 15 men in that room. None of those men are gonna mess with the proper woman. And I say none of those black men. And this is the problem with us as a community. We don't want to solve our problems because that makes us look bad. Man, let's tell the truth. I've been there. I'm telling you, including me. Nobody's gonna go up to the proper woman. Nobody.
And we all have our experiences, Platt. And what I respect about anybody who comes on any platform or I read a comment, I know that's just their opinion. And
This
this is
ain't
what
over
I,
here. Over
no,
here, this is not opinion.
okay, well, when people share their views, it's their view. That's their, you know, their,
Personal, personal.
I can't say anything
Because you
without
keep
being,
talking about some stuff that's over with.
no, I was, what I was really trying to complete to say is just like Star P. He has a preference. He's that kind of guy that he likes a particular type of woman. And ain't nobody mad at anybody about what they like.
A personal. Star P's telling us the truth.
That's his truth. The one thing that like the general used to always say when he came on the show, he
Hmm.
would say
He's
some,
out. He's
not
out there.
all.
The general's out
No,
there. He's no, no. I'm saying on these YouTube platforms, he's out there somewhere.
I don't know. I'm not
Well,
looking for him.
just
I
all
was
you
just
have to do,
using him.
all you would have to do is hit the live button at the top of the YouTube and just
I'm not
take your time and look at who's live. Go in, look, go in, look, go in, look. It might take you a couple of hours, but if he'll probably be on the
I
platform,
have a lot
and
of
then
subscriptions
and
of a
then
lot of channels
and
that
I
I
got
look
you.
to.
I'm trying to show you how to find him. Then when you
I don't like him. I was just saying what he used to say. I was just using what he
okay,
used to say, which was
all
a
right,
really a good thing, not to put everybody in the same category. He was respectful enough in his
ma'am,
conversation just to
ma'am, but
say,
can I do this
sure, it's
without?
your channel.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, it's just my thoughts, and I hate to say it this way, personal, because you ain't gonna like it, but I determine what's right and what's wrong,
Oh, okay.
and you're taking it personal.
I'm not taking it
You know
personal,
what's
but
sad about this stuff? Hold up, you know what's
I'm
sad
not
about this?
taking it
I get
personal.
no. You know
I'm
what's
not
sad?
hollering or yelling. I'm not
I was
arguing with you.
if I was to go on these YouTube, and I have done this, and I'm just being disagreeable, and they suspect I'm not being honest, they kick me off. I don't get to come back and lecture them about what they did. I don't take it personal.
So
And
do you think I'm lecturing you?
you keep trying to tell me what to do. Look,
No,
like the stream.
what did I tell you what to do, Plaid? What did I
Uh,
say?
Personal. I don't think
No,
he
but
was
what?
being I don't think he was
Mm,
being honest.
oh, who?
You think I'm playing? I'm
Okay,
serious. Yeah, I don't think he was being
okay,
honest.
okay.
Yeah, he's fine. He can say he left or whatever. He can say what he wants, but he's fine. We like his participation,
I
but
know. I like him
he's
too.
telling me that he would be the guy going after the classy lady. I just didn't get that impression over the time. He didn't come across to me that that's the type of guy he was.
Right. I can respect that, but it's just like you always say that none of us really know each other.
You're right.
We just so you know the impression that you may get from somebody and you don't really know them. all it is an impression that you've gotten from them.
Did you want to comment on the topic?
I just wanted to comment on the fact that I respect Star P's opinion, why he prefers the kind of women that he does, and anybody else. It's all good. It's never an argument.
Do you want to comment on the topic? Because you're going
Well,
backwards again.
the topic, yeah, when I comment on it,
You keep
then
going backwards.
all right,
Okay.
here's the comment.
I
My
did what I
comment,
did, and it's just the way it is. Now let's go forward.
my comment is, when I think about classy women that we see in the media, for example, like a Michelle Obama, she married a man who became the president.
Yeah.
So there is there
You think? Do you
there's
think
a
black? Okay. Do you think black men? We could say all men, but do you say black men in general fostered an attraction to Michelle Obama?
well, n- n- I don't think all black men,
I said in general.
no. Um, no, because no, I don't, you know.
Okay. And now, would you say she's not a classy lady?
She's very classy.
That's my point. Now, hold up. Then when I look at the black community, I see all of despair. There was a dude, he got shot. Some dude was in the driveway. He got shot over a woman. We know all of this, right, is being led by preference. Preference. Why you messing with her, man? Preference. She got all these problems. Why you over her house? Preference. She a baby mama. What's preference? I prefer. She's fine. I prefer. She got a big booty. I prefer. Preference. 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 They're not looking for classy women, and they're losing their lives. And then you say, what about a Michelle Obama? Black man ain't fucking with her like that. Look, more power to her. She found a man. Good for her. But she wasn't under no demand. So I'm saying we as black men, we've been programmed, man, to
But
not
like,
even like classy women. I don't know where that came from, but we just don't like them. Not
okay,
we don't dislike them, but we don't find them
well,
attractive
like when you look at
enough.
LeBron and his wife, and it's a lot of them. I look at a Nia
Is
Long.
she
It's
classy?
yeah, she
Okay, well
is.
we're gonna disagree
We don't
on
know
that.
her. We don't know her. Can I just add? I want to add this. I just know for me, I'm a rough dude. Like I'm
Right,
rough.
sir.
I'm
Right.
I'm just being honest.
I
So and I know that
understand.
about myself. And
Right.
my roughness. If the woman, I'm not gonna say like look. I'm not gonna say like I don't like a soft woman. But the thing is, I'm more of a rough type of dude. So my woman,
Right.
she gonna have to be able to handle me. Like,
Right.
cause I'm a roughneck. I'm a rough dude.
Right.
Like, you know what I'm
Hmm.
saying?
Right.
So,
I understand.
so it's kind of like we have if I find that type of woman that I'm liking it, we can kind of have some interest. Like, what we can have some
Right.
what do you call it?
Right.
Compatibility.
Y'all
And so
aligned with each other.
you see what
You're
I'm
right.
saying? So
Right.
that's what I'm getting at. Yeah, I'm a rough dude. I
I
really am.
know.
So
I know.
yeah, and it just is what
Hmm.
it is. That's from my background. So yeah.
Right. Right. Oh, I
Why
understand
why
that.
why
That's why I
is
say
it
I've listened. Hmm.
why is it virtual? A lot of men, a lot of young men, if you want to focus on black men, don't see the value in classy women. Now, let me say something to you, virtuous. I'm talking about really, to be honest, like 20 to 30, 34. They don't really see value. Look, I'm asking you the question. Why don't they see value in classy women? And when I say classy, I'm talking about the type of woman who doesn't wear, really tight
Right.
clothes.
I
Okay,
know what you're
we
talking
on the
about.
same page. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hmm. No, I think a lot of it, like you were saying at one time, Platt, a lot of it is programming. And the other thing, respectfully, I just want to say this. You spoke about the hood. Well, everybody who's, black doesn't come up in the hood. So a lot of it has to do with people's circles as well.
Mm-hmm.
you know? And I guess that's why I
What
didn't
does that
mean
mean?
to,
Why is it a lot of them don't like classy women?
what, but the men in the circles that do like classy women,
Hmm.
that's their
Okay, well, let's talk
respectfully to
about the
you, Star
ones.
P. Can I?
Let's talk
Okay.
about the ones who don't like them. Do you have any
Okay.
idea why?
Well, like you were saying, a lot of it has to do with being, images put out there and what is, and I just say this and I think this, I don't say this like I'm an expert, but I think that the other type of women are easier prey for
Okay.
men to get to.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? They don't have to put in as much effort. It's like Star
Mhm.
P was saying,
I
hey,
disagree.
if
I disagree. I disagree with that. I
okay,
won't
Star
go.
P, that's fine.
Go ahead. My
Let
bad.
her
My bad,
let her
Michael.
finish. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, my bad.
No, it was like when Star P was saying that, well, like if I need her to make a run or something like that, well, if a woman deals with a certain class of man, she ain't gonna worry about him needing to make a run for him. Okay, whatever that is. And like I said, I respect people's preferences and I understand that we all go through different paths. And I really just came up here, like I said, I don't know uh K K Note or whatever his name is. I
Virtual,
don't.
virtual. You done? So that you don't have nothing else to add?
Okay. Well,
Okay.
the other thing is just the fact, like I said, it's we all have our own path and it's different for all of us. And here's the other thing that I do have to add. Nobody, man or woman or whatever color, has dealt with every race of women or men. So how can
Mhm.
you dictate that?
I
You
don't
know what I'm
know.
saying?
I don't know.
Because there's a lot of
We don't
people
need you.
who,
Look, you want to. You've made your point.
okay,
I
I'm
don't know.
sorry. Mm.
But if it's okay with you, YouTube said I can have my opinion, and it's okay for me to have my opinion. If it's okay with you.
Yeah, can I
And
ask you a
while
question?
you're telling me what I can and can't do,
No, I didn't tell
why don't
you.
you go and join Candace Owens' broadcast and you tell her she can't say this Egypt is doing this and this happened here and her opinion is these things happen. You go tell her, hey, you can't say that. Why? Because I say so. But see, you'll come over here and tell me that. I don't see the difference.
No, that's not true,
She's
Plaid.
free to express herself where she is, and I'm just one person,
And the
That's,
thing,
so I am free. This is what you don't get, virtuous. I'm free to express myself. Oh, I don't
no,
like
you
it,
are.
virtuous. So, which would mean what? You could say, "Hey,
I didn't say you didn't
Plaid
like
is going
that.
too far, or I don't like it today," and you just don't participate. That's
No, I didn't say that. I didn't
yes,
say
you
that at
did.
all.
Virtuous, what virtue? And this is what men complain about black women. They always uh, uh, guard black men's opinion. Like black men don't have a right to their opinion.
I
They
didn't say that,
always do
Plaid.
that.
I never said
They
that.
always safeguard. Anytime a
Plaid,
black
you
man,
can rewind your tape.
anytime a
I've
black
never
man
said
does
that.
anything that they don't approve, he gets attacked.
That's not true.
Meanwhile, they could be living with they could be married to a
I don't
white
even
man.
attract
They
people because I
understand.
don't
Oh
have.
look, they understand the
Mhm.
white man has an opinion. They just don't agree. But they don't let black men have an opinion.
That's not true, Plaid.
That's what you
That's
keep doing to
not
me. You keep going backwards. You keep
okay.
going backwards. I told you, let's go forward. You keep going backwards. You keep trying to wake me up to a point. I got it the first time you made it. And it's not just a Candace on all these YouTubers, they don't correct them. I hear people saying shit every day. That's for every day.
But I do
In
go
my
on a
opinion,
lot of other
in my,
channels, and I do,
in
and I.
my opinion,
Mhm,
in my opinion, as I
mhm.
go through YouTube, I hear people talking out their ass every day. But you know what I do? I just leave. I say, okay, I'll be in the cloud. I say, what? I say, I'm going about my business. But I put up a little
I,
YouTube channel
I like
and
to
I
agree
get
with.
governed. I get
Mhm.
told what I can and can't do.
No, you
And
don't.
I
No,
don't
you
like
don't.
that.
No, you don't get told.
All you
And
have to
and
do, all you got to do is just participate. We've been talking for 5 minutes. Just you either want to talk on the topic or you don't. Now, Star P, he is one of those dudes. He don't like classy women. Do you have an opinion of him?
I've always said I respect whatever anybody does. It's
Okay.
not my line.
Okay. Is there? Do you think there's a reason why he doesn't like classy women?
I don't know. I just listen to his opinion, and I don't have a problem with other people's opinion. I don't care if somebody
I'm
doesn't
asking you,
agree.
do you have a opinion of why he doesn't like classy women?
It's just what he likes. That's all.
Mm. Okay. Well,
And I respect that.
all right. Good. Got you. Star P is your typical black man in America. He and we respect him for being honest up here. They're not going to deal with the classy lady. In addition, the classy lady carries with it, as he said, her attitude. She might have her nose in the air. Somebody in the chat box said a lot of classy black women have been brainwashed by toxic black women to not even like black men. So there's a belief that there's a higher rejection rate with those black women. So black men are going to gravitate to the half naked thotty chick. And we even see that with our best and our brightest. We even see our professional athletes, they're not choosing classy women.
But when
They're
they marry,
choosing,
they
they're,
do. When they
they're
marry,
choosing, no, they don't marry classy. Well, some
okay,
of them, no, you're right. Some of them do. Some of them do.
okay, all
But for the
right.
most part, they're having babies with thots, rappers.
And
They're
just
not
like
dating.
if you look at the black actors like a Denzel or not a Morgan Freeman, I can't think of his name right now, but there are a lot of even a Martin Lawrence or a Eddie Murphy or whatever they go for a classier woman. When you look at the black male entertainers
Hmm.
and who they
You
marry,
think Eddie Murphy married a classy woman?
well, she's this one, every woman he's been with,
You
basically.
do you so you think Eddie Murphy married this last woman, this white woman? You think he married a classy woman?
She seems, I don't know her. She
In
seems to
some way,
carry herself classy.
look,
I don't know.
and them dudes are older men, man. Look, we're talking about as we speak. You got the young boy. You think those women are classy women? You got like 12 of them he met off the gram.
Hey, Plack, can I ask something real quick?
Yeah, yeah.
Can
Hold
I?
up, Star P.
Okay.
Do you think he's choosing classy women?
I don't know about them, Platt. I'm not into
Okay,
that
well, that's what
world.
we're. So that's the whole point.
Mm,
So you just admitted she
okay.
doesn't know.
No, I
He's
don't
not.
know about
He's
that.
not, and he can get if he wanted to. He could get the classy girls. He don't like those classy girls because what? He's having the black experience. Why, Platt? Is he? He's brainwashed. He's brainwashed when it comes to value. What is the value of a woman? I only care about this and that. And they said, that's all you need from your woman? Yeah. I said, so my cousin who just graduated um, Spelman, she's the same age as you, and she has a crush on you. I don't like that, man. I don't like no college hoe. Gotcha. Gotcha, understood. Now, when you try to attack that, I'm a black man, when you try to attack that, you can't.
I wasn't attacking you, Platt. I don't do
You
that.
can't. You can't. I'm
Not
trying
in
to
my
make a point.
spirit.
Why are we
Okay.
like that? I'm just trying to figure out why we're like that. We
I
are
don't know.
like that, and why are we? We shouldn't be. And I said your preference. Don't let your preference be your problem. You prefer a certain type of man, you prefer a certain type of woman.
And I was
You
listening to
you
you.
can't
You were
let
making
your
both
you
points.
you
I,
can't you can't let your preference. And I
right,
said, how do you go by it if you know your preference is a problem? If it's ruining you, if you
right.
on
I
your
was,
third baby mama and everyone you've been with done sent you to jail and got you on papers, but you have this addiction to big butts and strippers Yeah, it ain't working for you. I never said men don't have relationships, positive relationships with
Right.
people like that. They do.
I think you were making both sides very clear. It wasn't as though you were, saying that men should go after dancers or whatever. You were making a clear point on both sides without really, you know, being specific on what somebody should do. So I was listening to you. The conversation was fair. Like I said, you were making the side of the advantage and the
You won't give
disadvantage.
me, but you won't give me a true opinion about what you think about Spark P.
Because I don't be judging people, Platt. That's not my
I
place,
judge. I just asked you for what were your thoughts
I
about
I I,
what he
I
said instead of
think,
you just saying, "I don't think that that's a smart idea to do it that way." You won't. You
but
plead the fifth. And hold up, the whole point, personal. It's a talk
well,
platform. You don't want to talk, so it
yeah, I
starts to
do
defeat
because here's
itself.
okay.
It defeats itself because you don't want to
No,
participate. You no
I
no you don't. You want to. I'm gonna stop. You know what? Because
no, because I've listened to Star P a lot, and Star P, and he's very honest with who he is and the kind of guy he is. And so it's not for me to judge him. That's fine.
um um uh uh personal.
Uh-huh.
Nobody. You know what? Personal. I don't even. Okay. Well, why do you call me personal? Because I am a man. Did you? I do. I am a man. I am a man.
Okay.
I'm not going to sit around here and, you know, what's your point?
She
You're
like
not
she
going to
likes
judge him. And what do you
she
mean? Who's
she
judging him? And he's either right or he's wrong.
she likes she does she likes to hear
Yeah,
it. That's
you get it. You get it.
she
You get
does.
it. Star P. She does.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
likes to hear.
I get it. Yeah, I got it. She's not going to criticize you, even though she wants to, because I don't know what, she's just being disruptive.
And I don't mind criticism, you know. I'm hey, whatever, I don't mind it.
Ma'am, can we help you? She done fell asleep.
I haven't fallen asleep.
Uh,
I'm here.
can we help you, ma'am?
Well, Platt, why is it can I ask a question of you?
Can
Why
we
is
help
it
you because
yeah,
we're
yeah,
trying to
you
learn
can.
from each
All
other.
right,
You you don't want to, but you're not
I won't
participating because
I
I
am
like him and
participating.
I don't want to have no opinion about
Star
that. You know
P,
what I'm gonna
okay,
do? Oh,
here's my opinion about Star P. He's the kind of guy that I know neither one of us would be attracted to one another. Our energy is not in alignment with one another. Star P likes a particular type of woman. I know I'm not that kind of woman that he likes. And there are a
Well,
lot of women,
I like. Hold on, I like all kind of types of women. Don't now it ain't just particular, but it just depending on what I have going on is I would have to she would have to fit to my lifestyle depending on what I got going on. That's more so
right?
what the case is. So yeah,
But
but go
that
ahead.
is
My
Star P, but that's the point. You have said on a number of occasions, I've listened to you, so I know that for the most part, you like, you know, like you said, a particular type of women. You have a lot of women, or you go after a lot of women. And so once again, you said things like, she has to get on your program, like there's no compromise or whatever, it's your way or the highway kind of thing. And you sort of just define the kind of women you like, which, like I said, how can I argue with that? Or why should I try to make you change your mind? That's what you
he's not
like.
trying to make you. You're not trying to make him change. You're giving him your point of view. That's all. It's up
Well,
to
my
him.
point of view
It's up
is
to him to embrace it or not. That's up to him.
because one night Star P and I were on the panel together. And I told Star P, well, I was saying to Star P that I would be frightened of the kind of guy that he was, because he is very aggressive. He is very assertive and like, because that night that we were talking on the panel, Star P was using certain words. I said, well, I don't like that. And so it was a couple other people on the panel too, and they were changing the words, which meant the same thing, but just the way Star P was saying it. And I told him, I said, oh no, I could never, because this is what it was about, Star P. It was the day that I don't want to bring up, but you were interested in jazz. And I had said to you, I said, well, Star P,
Um,
only thing.
we need to worry about
Okay.
today.
Bottom line,
Let's
then
focus
that's
on today.
that's
Yeah.
that's my thing. Star P is too aggressive
Okay.
for
Now, you mean verbally,
myself.
right? You mean you don't like men who you interpret their language as aggression.
Right, because
Okay.
because it's just not comfortable for me. I wouldn't feel comfortable, and I said that before,
Okay.
like
Let me ask Star P
being
something. Star P,
huh?
do you think, in your opinion, is personal a classy lady?
I think she's she has her mask on. That's what I think.
Okay.
And that's your opinion. I
I
am who
don't
I
know what
am,
that
and I don't
means. What's a
I
mask?
don't. Mhm.
So what that means she's not?
Hold on, give me a second. Give me a second. Hold on.
So there you go, man. The question is, when you look at the black community and you see the way we are, we see the nobody's getting married. We see all the baby mamas. We see the NBA and all these entertainers. They're going after the strippers. They're going after the Insta models. My
The
question was
plat.
this: when we see a classy lady, why is there really no interest for her as far as like sexual? There's really no interest for her. Don't mean she's unattractive. She's an attractive lady, but there's no desire. Men are not following her. Men are not trying to get at her. Men are not lining up trying to get in her phone. Why is that? Have we been conditioned? Is it something that we've been subject to? That's my question. And you say, well, Platt, you know what you're talking about. Well, it we I only know my experience, and my experience is that's all I've seen. That's all I've seen. That's that's all I've seen, and I've actually seen very accomplished females who were raised a certain kind of way literally die single because they have a preference for black men, but those black men don't desire them. And we're trying to figure that out. We're trying to figure why it's like that. And some dude sent me $5 personal. He said, Platt, you're trying to help make a change in mindset, but personal kind of feel away a bit. Personal is a bubble because I think she's a classy personalize it. I don't know. Shout out to you, man. $5 haul. We appreciate it. And that's where we stand, man. We trying to figure this thing out. The men gravitate a certain kind of way. And we know, like I said, the programming. When you look at the NBA, when you look at the NFL, and you could say when I was 4, 3, 5, 6 years old, I saw the NFL players. I saw who they were marrying. They were all marrying thoughts. They were never marrying the professional women. I think I didn't see professional women in the sense I didn't start seeing entertainers and stuff, professional women, I think until the Cosby show. And Bill Cosby had Felicia Rashad, and she was a lawyer and he was a doctor. But I
What
think
about all the
that was the first depiction
what?
I seen of black people going, because most of the time the black men were always thirsty for the thoughts.
But Platt, what about the music, when you look at people like the Supremes or the women back in the day, there were more classy women than there were thoughts. So, things have changed because
Okay,
when you
things
look at the entertainers, if I can just finish, if you look at the entertainers, you was talking about Felicia Rashad, which is exactly right. But if you remember, there was a Diane Carroll, and she was very
She married a
classy.
white boy, didn't it?
I don't know, Black. I really don't.
I
I
I'm
would,
not.
remember.
and then I wouldn't say all that because women back in the day was having way more children than they were like then
But
what's
they were
happening
married,
now. That
Star P.
not in
They
a
were
lot of
married.
not in a lot of cases, and then a lot of cases, and this is a lot of problem people have, even including myself, with my grandparents, to where they had multiple children with different people. It wasn't all, even if it was a marriage or not a marriage, they were still having babies with multiple different
But that were
people.
the men. That was the men then, those Star
The
P
women, the
men.
women, the women too. The women had different fathers for the children that they were having babies with. So that's not true. I
What
know
years were
there,
you
there's
talking
there,
about?
there's plenty of examples of that all across the board.
Okay, Star P.
Even
What
even even back
decade
even
would?
back then.
Okay,
Even
Star
back
P.
then.
Okay, what decade are you talking about? The 80s, the 90s? What are you talking about?
The 80s, 70s, 60s. How far you want to go?
No, well, that's once again, that's fine.
I'm just saying. Why you think? Look, and look,
Because
I want to say that.
before
I
women,
want to say this. I want to say that, and then back to what I was saying, because I didn't want to speak where I was at, but now I could talk. The thing is, with you, this is what I think. You have a
mhm,
mask. I think you have a mask on. Here it is. I think
really,
you're purporting out that you're this AKA classy woman. When I really think, when it comes to that right guy, I really think you a freak. And I'm just
but you know
saying with
what, Star
that right,
P?
but and it's okay though. I'm not mad.
No,
I'm
Star
not
P,
judging
Star
you,
P.
and,
Can I
and it's
agree? Can
okay because I
Star
because I ain't got
P?
a problem with. All right, but
Star P. I want to agree with you because it's the truth. But no,
see,
it is the truth. No,
Well, there you go.
and the thing about it is, but it's not a mass though, Star P. See, because a number of men, I'll just say this, and I just speak from personal experience, but a number of men like a lady in the street and a freak between the sheets.
that's true.
So,
I agree with
right.
that.
So, and it's not a mask at all because I want to attract a certain kind of man. And you know what happens as a man, you choose the woman first, but then the woman has to choose you to say, yeah, okay, we're gonna do this. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
So,
but
That,
why
right.
don't men or black men, why don't they like classy women out the gate? Why
I don't know,
why
Black.
can't a classy woman look classy and then they date or whatever and they both decide and then she's a
But
freak in
you
bed?
know what I
Well,
think? You know what I think?
why is it the initial attraction she has to be half naked? She has to be thotty.
Yeah, there you go, Platt. That's exactly the
Well, I'm saying
reason I.
why are we like that? Because it ain't working for nobody. And look at America; it's not working for it. But why
well,
But
we still do the
well,
same
but
thing
Platt,
over and over and over and over again?
I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say this though, because I mean, I think it's just a natural thing. I think it's like we are some. And this is my opinion. We
hmm
usually come from a hot climate, and a lot of us we look good, like we fit, we nice looking. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. So all that trying to I don't think that I just don't think that that's a bad thing, and I just think that's just a nature. I just think that's
Mhm.
a nature thing. That's really all that's what I think.
and you
It's
know
just
what, Star
natural.
P?
I just
It
think that.
is natural because even with the men who say I, you know, I've been with the whatever, they will still look at that kind of, the woman that whatever is more desirable. But but, and this is just personal experience I'm speaking now, they want that other kind of woman who they can take to events, networking, they can bring around their friends and family. So once again, it's not that basically all Black men are not interested or see those women more desirable, because once again, who's going to turn their head? I've even, my last ex, I would tell him all the time when we would be out, I would be like, look at her ass. You know what I'm saying? Because I knew that men are men. You're going to be desirable to women who, voluptuous, pretty, or whatever. But it doesn't necessarily mean that that's the woman that they want to have a relationship with, because those
Well,
men
we're not even
want.
going. We're talking about why they go to them up front. They don't
I
really
think
go after the
because they
class.
because they
They,
find
they,
them more desirable.
there you go. They don't really go after the classy women
They
up front.
find them
And
more
and
desirable.
in many cases, the classy woman gets the least attention because of the way she dressed and the way she carries herself, whereas the thoughts get all the attention
But
because
can
of
I
the way
say
she
this
dressed
to
and the way
that,
she
Flat?
carries herself.
This a good topic, by the way, Platt. Though it's a good one, man.
Yeah. But
But
hold on, we got
okay.
TD up there. What's up with you, TD?
Hey, what's going on with you, man? How y'all doing this morning?
What's up?
Hey, TD.
Hey, yeah, I agree. I agree with Star P, man. This is a great topic. This is a real good topic. I like this.
You got something? Okay, we're waiting.
Oh, my bad, man, my bad. But yeah, I think black men are more so drawn to the to the thotty types and whatnot. I think it's more so because they just give off the vibe that they're easier to sleep with.
Okay. Okay, well then let me ask you this.
Hmm.
Why do we need that as a black man? Why do we need a easier woman than another woman? If
Hmm.
the harder woman is actually better for us.
That now on that end, I gotta say, I'm not gonna win any fans with this, but on that end, I'd say it's because our priorities aren't together. We focused on the more superficial aspect as opposed to the long term, and we see that with dudes all the time. There's so much focus more so on the looks, the
Hmm.
sex, things like that, but they're not thinking about anything else, like like what you brought up about Felicia Rashad's character, Cosby
Hmm.
Show.
Hmm.
It's a very classy woman, very
Hmm.
classy. She
But
doesn't
see,
strike you. Oh,
yeah, yeah,
my bad,
it
my
is.
bad.
She was introduced to America.
Hmm.
And yeah, you did have the Diana Carroll. That was in the '60s, but she was
Hmm.
introduced to America in a
Hmm.
world where there were no black women who were featured that way because she was
Hmm.
married to a doctor and she
Hmm.
was a very classy lady. You
Hmm.
had the black women who were maids. You had the black
Hmm.
women who were, you know, a part of the family as a worker, but you
Hmm.
didn't have a black woman like that. So, and I'm saying, look, sexually,
Hmm.
as a black man or black man, we've never been conditioned to find women like Felicia Richard attractive in the sense that's what we want.
Hmm.
And so, and I'm saying now, in we've never been, we've always been go after the thought, all
Hmm.
of us. And I'm saying, look at us, TD, go into the black community, TD, Christmas time, all of these single moms, all of these little boys are in a room full of women. They don't know where their daddy is. So
Hmm.
the way we do it, I'm saying, man, this is our result. Maybe we need to start going after the classic girl. And we got to deal with, okay, well, I'm not really attracted to her. Well, maybe we need to make an adjustment
Hmm.
and say, okay, well, I'm not one. You're right. I would rather be with big booty beauty, but
Hmm.
she's just so more productive. And even if I have a baby with her, she's
Hmm.
gonna raise my baby right because she got her shit together. And at
Hmm.
some point, in my opinion, we need to start doing that.
I
But
agree.
that's what I was saying, that you were making both points on both sides. So that's why it's funny. I didn't come up to argue because I listened to you, and you have a way of doing that. That's a compliment, not an insult, where you really don't take sides. You just lay it out there, but you lay both
Well, that's
sides.
what I'm trying to. But that's my whole point. You come up, you have opinion on
Mm-hmm.
either side, but
Mhm.
see, you
Mm-hmm.
don't. Well, nothing. Um, we got Mercy. You got something to say?
Yeah, I mean,
Which one you
Felicia,
like, Mercy? Hold on, Mercy. Which one you like? You like the thotty type, or you like the classy type?
I like the classy type.
Oh, get out. You know what?
You know,
These dudes be coming here for lying like a mother.
oh, so I'm lying, right? So I'm lying. Okay, I'm lying. I'm lying. Okay. Hey, well, let's look at it like this. Let's look at it like this.
Mhm.
Uh, you say the Felicia Rashad type.
Mhm.
Well, the Felicia Rashad type wants to be with Cosby, according to the show.
Mhm.
So I was raised on the Cosby Show, so I watched that. Yeah, you
Mhm.
had a lawyer, which she was,
Mhm.
but she wanted to be with a doctor, you know.
She was
So
with a doctor,
that's my
according to the
whole point.
show, and they had a house
So
full of
but see,
kids.
that's my whole point. So yeah, you can't just like Felicia Rashad because Felicia Rashad like you. That's the question because she likes
No,
the doctors.
Mercy,
Hey,
Mercy.
I'm gonna tell you what
The
it is.
question is, why do black men gravitate toward the thought over the classy lady? And
Because
that's the question. You now hold up. He's a vote. He says he likes the classy women. And let me tell you
yeah,
something, Mercy. Since we've been doing this, you've left that impression with me that you like classy women.
I love classy women.
Okay.
Yeah, I love classy women. But you do have to understand that classy women come with something. So I
Mercy.
mean, they got.
Yeah, but there you go. You see that? You see that?
I'm just telling you what it
More.
is.
Mercy, you think you got to give a woman? You think every man has to give a woman something?
No,
Okay. Well, Mercy, it's called life, man. Life ain't fair. So if you got to give them something, that's between you and them. But we can't just say you got to give them something because
oh, I'm not
that don't
saying that.
apply to all men. No, they don't. Mercy. Hey, listen, hold on. Let me tell you something, Mercy. I'm with you, Mercy. I'm a regular dude, but I'm not gonna sit up and say men give. I know men don't get it. They don't give them nothing. And they get everything. So this the thing you say where it's always something like you gonna get beat dealing with. No, you're not. Not all of us. And we shouldn't even be talking about Mercy. I painted a scenario where do you like classy women or not? You say you do. But then you tried to twist it into, but she gonna take all your money.
What? Where did I say that, Platt?
You were on your way to it and I
No, I
interrupted
was
you.
not saying that. That's not what I was saying, Platt. A classy woman gonna want a classy man. Is where I was getting at. You
No,
gotta have
not
some class
necessarily.
about yourself. You gotta
Not
have some class
necessarily.
about yourself as a man.
Mm-mm. Not necessarily. We've seen that.
That's
We've seen
my
that too
opinion.
many.
You asked my opinion. You asked
We've
my
seen that.
opinion.
We've seen that too many times where a lot of women who
Of
strike as classy
course,
women.
of
We've seen that
course.
a lot. So that goes to show that you don't have to be no classy dude. You just gotta be a dude that she like.
Of course. Now what happens? Now what happens now when you have these dudes coming out here, and I'm talking about in mass? Yeah, you definitely can do that, but at the same time, you asking for my opinion, bro. I think a classy woman should go after a classy man if you want a good relationship. That's just how I feel about it. You don't have to
Mm,
agree with that,
Mhm.
but I don't think a classy woman and an unclassy man makes a
Mhm.
good match.
Do you feel you classy?
I got some class about myself. I sure
Okay.
do.
Some class. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I got class
When you
about
go to
myself.
Brazil, you dealing with classy women.
I sure do.
There you go.
Because I've always, man, I've always liked classy women, man. I've always liked that. But then they a lot of times, but see, I don't. But see, that's the thing about me. If I deal with a classy woman,
I don't believe this dude, man. I don't believe you, man. But go ahead though, man.
But see, I don't want a woman who wants to be with Pookie because if I get with a woman that wants to be with Pookie, because I've seen women with class and they go after Pookie. I lost attraction for women like that go after the Pookie. Because what's going to happen is, even though she with you, she always going to want to be with Pookie on the side. I've seen that happen, bro. I'm telling you, I've seen that happen. So that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. If you get with a woman that she really want to be with Pookie, it's gonna create problems, bro. You're gonna have problems.
Yeah, well, you know what? But on the flip side, a woman that always wants a classy man, she can have one classy man. That don't mean that she won't be checking for another one.
Oh yeah, we of course there's caveats to this, of course. But we just talk about in general, as far as you wanting a classy lady. Yeah, I do. I really do. But at the same time, I've always went after classy women. That's just what I've always went after, especially the ones that I date. Now, if she a thought, I'm not taking her seriously, bro. I'm just not. I mean, y'all can take them serious if y'all want to, but I'm
Okay.
not.
Well, gravitates toward, Mercy gravitates toward classy women. Um, I can only speak about what I've seen. I've never seen that. Also, if you want to be honest, I've been a participant in and I'm paying, not just pay, and I'm paying for my bad decisions because I have seen women rise to a wonderful standard in life, and I had opportunity to crack at them, and I didn't because I looked at them as, man, this old suburban girl, man, she not fine as this girl. I've done that, and then 5 years, 6 years go by, you look up, and that woman is doing wonderful in her life and everything. And the other chick is, still same position she was when you met her. And so what I'm saying, in retrospect, the black community, we know it's a disaster, but we know how it is, right? It's uh, um, we see the stripper. We see now the rappers. The rappers are literally just strippers who rap. We see the worst aspects of our men and women pushed to the forefront as our leaders. And we've left behind, just like the dudes say, women don't like the lames. We've left behind a certain segment of men and women in the black community because we don't understand them. And we mate in a certain way where it's the pookies and the hood rats. They're producing all the babies.
Well, let
And you
me.
get
Oh,
to see
my bad.
and you get to see a young, beautiful woman who's at Spelman, graduate Spelman, and she had a preference. Her preference is white men, but I mean black men, but she has to get her a white man because she can't find her a black man. No, none of the black men are interested. And when you say Michelle Obama, remember Obama's mixed. If there was no Obama, I don't think it would have been anybody else. And I've never heard a black man tell me he think Michelle Obama is attractive. I've never seen that. But we don't dispute she's classy. And then when the guy said, "Well, you right about that," why is it as men? Why is it as men we cannot refocus our position and say, "I like classy women"? Why is it? Why can't we? We need to. You hear that, Star P? We need to. You going through a situation right
Hey,
now. You got a baby
hey, look.
mama.
Hey,
Hold on,
hey,
hold
look.
on. The guy in
Go
the
ahead.
chat,
Go ahead.
the guy said you was on the stream and y'all were arguing. We need to focus on a position, Star P,
That's
where
true.
that
That's
woman
true.
that woman doesn't argue with you. That woman is there
I
for
don't. I
all of your
don't
needs.
think. I don't think that will ever be a case because women in general are emotional creatures. So I don't think that is even a possibility not to have an argument. The only way to not have the argument, and as me as a man, is just to walk away. Yeah, because I already know what time it is out here.
It depends on the woman.
You see what I'm saying? So
Some women are very classy and feminine, and they don't they don't behave like other women. You know what Star P is interesting is I think and you can do it. TD, you can do all you guys can do it. Mercy, you can do it. Mercy says he's doing it. At some point in your lives, date a classy woman. And then make a comparison toward the if you haven't been dating them toward the women you've been dating. And then you decide. You make you decide, make the decision.
You know what has happened to me when I have been with a classy woman. She start to look into my background and want to judge me and stuff and where I come from type stuff.
Oh, okay.
Even though she like me, I like her. You know what I'm saying? But when she really come to find out where I'm coming from the gutter, and she up here in her bougie little life over here on the other side of town or whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
She started to see my lifestyle, and then
Do
she
you
started
agree?
judging me.
Do you
I'm just
agree
saying.
that a
I'm
lot
just
of
saying.
you said bougie? So do you agree a lot of classy black women are raised or have their mind poisoned by toxic black women, and they hit a point where they don't even like black men, and then they just gravitate over to the white community. We just had Venus Williams marry a white man. Now, I'm not saying black men ever, I ain't heard no black man say she was attractive or nothing like that. But still, she is a classy lady. And it's like we don't care about class. What about does class matter? Okay, she got a fat ass. What about her class? She's got a lot of class too, though, right? I don't even look at it like I got you. You don't look at it like that. I get it.
Hmm.
So I'm no, that's a question. What do you think about that?
I mean, there's different levels to this conversation because I've met some classy women who I perceived to have class. I mean, they had a degree, they had money, all that type of stuff. But Shorty was an escort, yo. She was doing escort services on the side. I'm telling you, man. Then I knew this other chick who I thought was classy in my field, in my area. So I'm thinking she's educated, all that stuff. And she was a stripper at night. I'm just telling you, man, you got classy when what you perceive to be classy, and then they be into other stuff, bro. So you got that segment too of the conversation. Michelle, when I look at Michelle, I'm not saying she's not into other things, but she seems like an all around classy woman to me. Michelle does.
Why
I
aren't
mean,
we as black men collectively attracted to her?
because she's attracted to Obama.
Okay,
I
well,
keep trying to tell y'all that, but see,
why
y'all
aren't
not
we
listening. I keep telling y'all that, but
you know
see, y'all
what,
not
bro?
listening.
You know what? And
I ain't even. Yeah.
we try. You see this? We try,
She's
brother.
attracted to Barack
Why aren't we collectively attracted to her?
because she's attracted to Barack, and Barack goes to Harvard.
It's because we like the one on the left and not the one on the
There you
right.
go. There you go.
But
There you go.
like, stop playing, bruh. I just think it's a natural thing. I don't think there's nothing wrong with it either. I don't. Because
We don't.
look,
As the
Can I add?
as the black community defines beauty, as the black community defines fine, Michelle Obama will not be in that conversation. Now, that's fine. You know, we just talking because she is a married woman. But my point is this: let's back up and reflect. Because what are we saying? Well, is Cardi B? Is Cardi B fine? Is Cardi B in demand? You know what I'm saying? You say, well, no, but she is. And you say, well, okay, look at our community. Because that's what we're talking about a Cardi B. And that's in demand over a Michelle Obama. And you say, as men, is that work? Is that productive for us? That's my whole point. That ain't even productive.
Well, a lot of dudes don't. A lot of men don't even focus on productivity in regards to women as is. We see a lot of these conversations where guys will be like, I don't care about a woman's money. I don't care about her career. They just be focused on everything outside of that. So it doesn't surprise me that a lot of guys that we're not attracted to what you consider a classy woman.
Well, you gotta think though, man. All this whole classy thing.
Hmm.
There's stuff that's not even seen. Like it's all a perception. Like I said about the mask thing. A lot of this stuff is just a cover for for what the real world really looks like. The real
What?
world is ugly.
Well,
Mhm.
You could
but that's, you know
it's
what?
not is
But
go
that's
ahead, my
cool
bad.
though.
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
There's nothing wrong with that because there's a time and a place. At least I feel there's a time and a place for everything. So yeah, you do have a lot of women who are perceived as classy, but then behind closed doors. But that's just like everybody. You know, when you meet somebody, and I mean this goes for men and women, and you meet them out, of course you get the mask, you get their public face, because you know what they do behind closed doors. That's their life and that's their business. So of course of course it's gonna be a mess. Like you know earlier, I think it was you or maybe it was someone else when they said that personal wears a mask, and I'm like, well,
Yeah, I
yeah,
said
but
that.
it
Yeah, I said that.
okay. Well, in her defense and everyone else's, most women wear a mask because most women know that most men couldn't handle the reality of who they are behind those closed doors, so they have to wear that mask.
Can I
It's how.
interject? Go
Go ahead.
ahead. No, I just wanted to say that when you meet a real classy woman, it's through and through. And let me just say this, it doesn't start when she's in high school or college. A woman has been raised as a little girl to conduct herself like a lady. And so that carries on. And maybe that same little girl was sent to charm school, went to my she's done a path that makes her authentic. Because and once again, one of the things that Platt said earlier, he said the baddies, they get more quality of men. That may be true because the classy woman is looking for they get more quantity, but a classy woman is looking for the quality of a man that matches her energy, that they can build together. That once again, he can take her to any and all places. So once again, I agree with you guys. There are some women who will pretend to be classy, but you will eventually know. But the classy woman who is authentic through and through. If you come to her house, if you meet her family, if you're around her when she's around her other relatives, you'll be able to see she ain't masking. This is who she is.
I think I got a different. I think my definition of the mask might be different from the definition that you're using.
Is that
Not saying
TD?
I'm not. Yeah, that's me. I'm not saying you
Okay.
wrong, but I think we're using two different definitions. That's all.
Okay. What's yours, TD?
My definition is like, okay. I think a lot of men seem to be surprised when they find out that the classy woman behind closed doors is into
Freaky and a
things.
lot of fun, right?
Yeah, like really,
A
like
lot of fun.
really freaky. And I think that throws a lot of men off, and I'm like, well, no, but that it's a time and a place for that. Like she don't
Right. I
feel she
understand.
don't feel
Hmm.
necessary to put it all out there on Front Street.
Right.
But yeah, once you get her behind closed doors comfortable, then because
Right.
I've dated, like most of the women I've dated have been the classy women, like you said, went to the finishing schools and the parents raised them a certain way.
Hmm.
I come from that side of
Right.
Black America. So I get that.
Hmm.
I totally understand it. It's just like when they be like, well, it's a mask, and I'm like, well, because it's a time and a place. I call it decorum.
I hear what you're saying. I agree.
Yeah. So, but
Hmm.
anyway, I'm step back. But yeah, that's all I want to say.
No, because what you're saying, it's like if you're out in a club and you see a woman who appears to be classy, and then as the evening goes on, she'll be saying things like, "Oh, you MFs or you in," and it's like, okay, that breaks her. You know what I'm saying? That's like a difference.
Well, yeah,
'Cause-
those are hood, but a lot of
no,
it,
it is.
you have a lot of women who will
Do
look
you
the
think
part, but they don't
Mhm,
behave the way they should, right? And that's a
Mhm.
turn off. Or for me, I can
mhm.
speak for myself. I don't like when they do that. And I've seen a
Mhm.
bunch
Right.
of women do that. I've seen a bunch of women. Maybe they're going to a wedding, maybe they're going to a funeral, or maybe they're going to a graduation, and they do go out and they get all the aesthetics of a classy upper class female, but they're really hood rats and it looks crazy when you see them act like that, dressed that way. When
Right.
they act all
Mhm.
super ghetto, but they're not. They're peppered up like they're classy females.
But Platt,
Mm.
can I ask you this? Do you ever think that you would see a Felicia Rashad, you know, carry, look one particular way, and then when you get her out, she, calling men all kind of,
Well, I
bees
think
and
no, well, I
them.
hold her. I think she would, but um,
Oh, really?
Felicia,
Okay.
look, she played a character.
Mhm.
But that's
It's
her
part,
persona for real.
but I'm gonna say this again. You gotta understand. She played a
Mm-hmm.
character on a TV
Mm-hmm.
show. I was never attracted to her, but
She got a
Okay.
bad
yeah,
She got a
yeah,
bad attitude,
yeah,
man. I
yeah,
don't like her attitude, in
yeah,
my opinion.
did I
Mm-hmm.
understand she had a role to play and she was supposed to be this lawyer married to this
Mhm.
doctor. This was the first time black community was being portrayed this way. I understand
Mhm.
that part, but as far as what I like, I mean, I like what I
Mm-hmm.
like. I like
Right.
thoughts. I'm a thought nigga.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Right.
he can have his professional broad.
Thank you,
Mm-hmm.
Platt. Thank you for being keeping the thumb and keeping your foot on their neck, and that's right. I'm right there with you, bro.
So I don't
Yes.
know about all of that, but yeah, now let me say this. I gotta also, but
Platt was like, "Hold
you
on,
know,
now, don't just."
I gotta also I got to also accept the mistake of thinking like that because it's been a mistake in my life to think like that. Yeah, it don't work that way, man. Your woman has to have essential elements with her. Your woman does. You can't just go by she got a big ass.
Mm-hmm.
You can't. And then there's someone who's right next to her who's she's accomplished. It ain't just dressed up the part. She's accomplished, and she's getting no uh, uh, motion with the men in there. And you say, "Well, I don't want to because something as ridiculous as the way she looks or the way she's made," and then you gravitate to the pretty girls or the big booties, and then you wind up being another baby mama. I mean, baby daddy to this woman who got four baby mamas, and then you meet the woman 10 years from now in the mall and she's with her husband and she's telling you about her success and she remembers you, you have to deal with that. You said, man, when I met her, she ain't had no kids. She was fine and she was choosing, but I didn't want
Mhm.
to fuck with her because she was all, this, I don't like these classy chicks. And then you like, I just got out of jail. So and so sent me to jail last week and I got to go deal with a case. That's my baby mama. So that's what I'm saying. Are we as men making the wrong choice?
You know what's crazy, Platt, this is just my personal experience. I would say I've had three different experiences coming up with classy, and every one of these women drop dead gorgeous. I'm telling you right now, they family was good. You know what I'm saying? They was doing their thing. Classy. And I think the one that I was sneaking, because we used to have to sneak off and do our thing because, you know what I'm saying, they didn't, me, like I said, I'm like, it's like, like Lady and the Tramp. I'm the tramp, so because I come from the gutter, but but she like my character, my persona, you know what I'm saying, stuff like. So, I think one particular one I may have dropped the ball with that one particular woman, and I think she probably would have been good for me. But I just think my life path has just went into another different direction where it almost would have seemed like she would have been baggage if I need to. Have you ever seen that movie Heat, where hey,
De Niro.
yeah, if I need to be
Yeah,
able to
yeah.
go do this, and I need to, what I'm saying, make a move a certain way, and what I'm saying, I need to be able to do it within like 30 seconds. I gotta get right to it, and And so I just know for me, it just wasn't. It wouldn't. It, like if I had a different mindset to where like, oh yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I just my mind. Nah, I'm not. I wasn't looking. I wasn't looking for. I was just enjoying the moment. And I think that's another thing too. Everything is the moment. Nothing lasts forever, man. Nothing lasts forever. Nothing. So, but
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
I just
true.
wanted to say that.
RP, if I can address what you said, and I had an experience. I met a guy a couple of years ago, really handsome guy, really liked him. But the more I found out about his past, it's like, no, we ain't going. Because he used to be a male stripper, which I didn't have a problem with that. But what I really didn't like, he used to be in a gang, and he still stayed in that area that he was a gang in. And I'm like, no, I can't have that in my life. You know what I'm saying? So although he was attractive and I liked his game, his talk, his sweat, everything. But when I found out, when I began to, know more about him, it's like, no,
Did he kiss you in the right places?
No, you know what? Actually,
I'm
no, no,
just
no,
playing.
no.
I'm just playing with you,
No,
personal.
it's okay. It's okay. But actually, because I was apprehensive of him, I never even went on a date with him. Because this is the reason too, Star P. I knew that, and he was a patient brother, but I knew what he wanted was my draws, and it was like I'm not doing that. You know what I'm saying? So just like you always, hey, you got to hit it. This that. I don't like those kind of brothers.
I don't like the whole narrative about like it just seems like there's a taboo around sex. I don't like that. I just
But you know,
'cause I don't think I
you know
don't
what,
think there's
Star?
anything I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
It
And
isn't.
a lot of people think that there's something wrong with it and it comes
But
with
Star P. But
like I don't
today you have to be
go ahead.
careful. You can't. A woman. Well, women do it, but for and I'll say for men and women, they are becoming more men. I've seen men become more protective about who they give, where they lay their private set. You know what I'm saying? Men ain't just because it's too much stuff going on out here now. Too many STDs. And to me, if I was a man and a woman gave it to me freely like that, I would question that. Wait, hold on now. Wait a minute. I just met you 15 minutes ago. You know, I mean, I would, I would, I would, I would, I would question women who give themselves up. And I'm not talking about a man has to spend any money or whatever. He don't have to spend a dime. Just see how she moves. And if she moves that quickly, you got to think, well, she'll move that quickly with another guy like that.
Well, I don't care
I,
about
I,
that.
I don't think
I
well,
don't care about that.
I
Now on
disagree. But
now
go
now
ahead.
on that I'm gonna say this:
okay.
a woman is gonna move fast with whatever man that she's really attracted to, really into, and really feeling. If that man is not vibing with her, if she's not vibing with that guy, she's not gonna move fast with him. So I think I feel that's an unfair assessment because people used to always say, well, if she
I
move
hear what
fast
you're
with you,
saying.
she'll move fast
Hmm.
with anybody. And I'm like,
I hear,
no, it's
I
just
hear you.
she gonna move fast with who she like.
I hear you, TD. And to a great degree, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It depends on that guy. And that guy too is not judging her because of that, because what happened then, there's a connection. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And she's not trying to put him through a lot of time or this, that, and the other. There's just automatic chemistry. And she's gonna
Hmm.
go for it and hope for the best that hey, this guy
Hmm.
won't look at her, sideways or think that she does that with every guy. So in that respect, I agree with you.
Hmm.
If she's moving slow with you, that means she's moving fast with somebody else. That's how I look at it.
Yeah,
I've always
and
looked
that's
at it like that.
that's what she's supposed to do. Because if she moving slow with you, you supposed to get on down. Because you're not supposed to sell yourself short and subject yourself to a woman treating you slow when you know that's not what you're there for. So if she moving
Oh,
slow with you, you're not supposed to allow her to still have that option of moving slow with you. You're supposed to get on down, on to the next
yeah,
one.
because I'm not gonna be moving slow with a chick while she moving fast with Pookie. Forget all that. I'm just not doing it.
I'm not gonna be dealing with a woman that's moving slow with me. Period. That's like it's I mean seriously, it's obvious I'm not the guy you into, and that's cool. There's nothing wrong with that.
You
But
funny,
I'm not
bro.
gonna
You
waste
funny.
my time or yours.
So in other words, you agree with the left with the picture on the left. Okay, thank you, thank you.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Stop! Don't do that! Don't you dare do that! Don't you dare do that because because I'm the guy that says the one on the left and the one on the right. The only thing that's really different is the costume they wearing.
Because I've seen chicks that's on the left that try to move slow, bro. I've seen it. So
I
I
like
don't
I
want
s-
to hear that.
like I
They're
said
trying to
earlier.
pretend.
I
They're
I
trying to
come from
pretend.
I come from that part of Black America where it's a lot of women who are like I said, look like the one on the right, but behind closed doors, they moving like that one on the left.
Yeah. And so
All I see, all I see is a costume.
I'm serious, but that's true though. But see the one on the right, but what I've seen a lot of times, the one on the right, and see, I've had women ask this question all the time. Would you think less of me if I gave it up fast? I said, no, I would think more of you if you gave it.
See that's
I
see
just
that
would.
see see that's
So
when you
I
got
just
that's
would, because the way I look at it is like this: she's going to give it up to somebody.
right.
So if I'd rather be me than the next man. That's just me.
That's when you gotta ask her. That's when you gotta ask her. If she's still gonna respect you in the morning.
Right? But see, again, I'm not going to be thinking too deep about all this stuff.
Hey,
The,
hey,
the,
it's a
the, the,
joke. It's a joke, man. It's a
oh
joke.
yeah, yeah,
It's
I
a
know that,
joke.
but I'm not going to be. I'm not getting too deep with all this stuff because the way I look at it, like you say, it's just the costume. You really got to get to know that woman, man. And but
Right.
I really don't entertain the women on the left though, because if she's looking like that, nine
Mhm,
times out of ten, she's living like that. The one on the right,
mhm.
the only difference is the one on the right. You gotta really vet that chick. You really do. I'm just being honest. You gotta vet the one on the right, bro, because you'll mess around if you don't vet her. You get in trouble.
Well, you gotta vet every woman that you deal with. You gotta vet all of them, even the ones on the right. You gotta vet them because again, the biggest problem I see a lot of guys having is they're picking women who, regardless of accolades and what the woman look like and all the other stuff, they're picking women that still aren't a good match for them. Like I think one of the things about Felicia Rashad's character on the Cosby Show, I know I'm going back, but I got to say this. One of the things about her character is that was a very attractive woman, but you could always sense there was this air of like this edge of disrespect towards the way she would treat her husband sometimes. And that a lot of people don't realize that plays a part in how you see yourself, how you see a woman's attractiveness. I always said that about her. Like I like her character. I love the show, but I always, even watching reruns now or watching the clips online, I'm like, it's just you can feel that edge of disrespect on the way she would move sometimes with him, and I was like, that's what I never liked.
But see, this the key though. She made it to be his wife, so she showed him something prior to that. So what I'm saying is, over time, people
Mhm.
change, but at the same time, she did show him something. She had some qualities. I think she's a good mom.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'm not taking away from any of that. All I'm saying is I just always felt there was that edge of
oh yeah,
disrespect.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
not
yeah,
to,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
not that's not to say she wasn't a good mom, but think about this: how you have a lot of brothers who do say, a lot of women they don't respect us, and I'm like, yeah, because they'll come in the gate disrespecting y'all, and y'all just ride with it because you think she fine, or like I don't know, it's other things about her. Hey, that disrespect is something you really should not let slide because once it starts, it'll never stop. I don't care what you do. I don't care what type of lifestyle you provide her with, what type of house you put her in, or how willing you are to, try to make her happy. Once that disrespect starts, it will never stop.
Well, it comes from her. Now she's aligned with someone else.
Hmm.
She wants to give the new person all of her attention, all of her energy. So she's lost attraction to you, and then that's anybody. Your positions, your requests are dealt with as I don't have the time for that. I don't want to
Hmm.
do it. I don't want to
Hmm.
spend time with you no more. So, and when it comes, you can deny it, but when it comes, you got to deal with it. How do you deal with it? You get away from that woman. And if you're really
Hmm.
smart, you reject her first before she can get to it.
Right.
You suspect she
And
trying to
that's,
break up, you break up with her ass. And make sure it's uncomfortable when you do it.
yep. But
Like
yeah,
the
but
stream,
definitely
man.
don't. Definitely
Uh,
do not stand. Do not stick around for no disrespect. Don't
choose
do
your
that.
path. Choose your path, man. Are you going after the classy or are you going after the thotty? We live in a world where most men, it's ain't even a question, they going after the thotty. You got a woman on the screen, one woman is dressed up, looking nice, the other woman's being showered with money from black men. That's what we like, man. That's what we like. And I don't know why we're afraid to admit it. We don't like classy women. We don't like women who are all dressed up, looking nice, smell good, but they got baggy clothes on. You can't see their shape. You got to wine and dine them. You got to get to know them. We don't like that. They might even say, "Can you meet my mom? Would you like to come home and meet my parents?" We don't like women like that.
Hey, Platt, can I ask you something?
Uh huh.
What about the like the flip side of it, to where
The black
like
women don't
all
like. They only like the pookies.
no. I'm saying, what if the one on the left, you meeting her, so you telling me that she can't look like the girl on the right?
Oh, they
Like
both look
and
attractive.
initially, okay, go ahead. Okay, I just
Stop
wanted
it. Nobody ever said any one of them were unattractive. I've seen plenty of classy women who are beautiful, but they don't gather interest in the way that the thoughts do. A lady versus a thought. Guys don't be going after no ladies.
I'm gonna just say this too, man. Hey, look, I like women all across the board, so I'm not even. It's not even. But it's like I said, it's just whatever I got going on. If you don't fit into what I got going on, then I'm, get it, because it could be one night. Because look,
I
my
got you. Well,
situation.
stop
My,
it.
my, my
Most
let
men.
me say, let me say this. Let me say this right quick, because one people try to downplay a one night or just a one night. No, my situation right now that I've had my first night. This was the first day late, and I've been with this mother of my child over 16 years, and it was the first day late. Even though we don't get along all the time,
Yeah, I got you.
but go ahead,
Most
go ahead.
men are going after the thought. Now, publicly, we're gonna do like the black women. We're gonna claim we like the classy lady. But in the real world, we going after the thought. For whatever reasons. Maybe we just brainwashed.
What does a classy lady bring to you, Platt? In your opinion, does she bring anything to you? Does she add?
Her mannerism, she's very feminine. Um, she's very reserved. Um, Her appearance is she projects up like she takes her time to put herself together. Her conversation is really she's really proper. She dots all the I's, crosses all the T's. Um, and she's a lady. And she's the type of woman men want to slow down. They don't want to rush nothing because they realize they're dealing with a lady.
Is that enough for you as as your own man?
As a young
Does
man,
it, as,
no. No,
okay.
no. As a 19, 18, 20-year old man, no. And I'm paying for it now because I'm 31 or whatever. I'm paying for it now. But see, what I'm saying is maybe another man in his life as he comes into 30s, 40s, 50s, maybe he needs to rethink it before he just eliminates them or ignores them. Maybe he can learn from the mistake I made and give those women opportunity to get to know him because maybe there'll be a better outcome. We got all these baby mamas, all these failed relationships, failed marriages. The way we're doing it ain't working. The way we're doing it ain't working. We got to make a change. Will we make that change? I don't know, but we got to. We should.
Or gone for that, man. I really, that's just my opinion. Though, I'm at the point, man. Look here, and may the best win.
And we just keep doing the same thing, man. It don't matter. And as an older black person, anybody, you come into a room, you go into a little party, and you notice, you say, well, all the dudes gravitating toward the worst women. And then you can see 5, 6 women. You say, what's wrong? Nothing wrong with them. They like to dance, but they want to be spoken to like they're ladies. They want to be treated like ladies. But these other thoughts, they all on the table, thotting it up. One of them pulled her drawers off. All the men like that. And you say, well, do these men even understand what a woman is? And I get it. See, this is where I do get it. Because they haven't been taught a classy lady. They've been taught this particular woman who pulled her drawers off and she tightened it up. That's what a lady is. And that's what you should be focused on.
I disagree with that. Nah, man. I think that nah. That's extreme, man. I disagree with that. Mm-mm.
Oh, there wouldn't be a lady to you, Star P?
When you say lady, like okay, now are you?
Do you
I
do
don't
you
want to
know
get.
what a lady
I don't
is,
want to
Star
get
P?
weird, man. I don't want to mess up your. I don't want to mess up your stream, bro.
I'm
So,
glad you don't. So you can
yeah, so because
so if you had to define what a lady is, it would hit the stream would get hit.
yes.
Wow. You got a strange idea of what a lady is.
Someone just leave that alone, man. Already, people are already upset with me. Just whatever. I don't care. But yeah,
Like the stream, man. Woo. We're trying, man. I don't know if we're going to continue to try, man. We just trying to help. And choose your path, man. Which path will you choose? Will you continue what we're going through right now with all of this situation and despair? Or will you be different? Will you create moments Well, there are differences. Well, there are improvements. And we look at a guy like Floyd. We know Floyd is a criminal. He's in jail. You know, he'll probably die in jail. But if you really look at him before this, not now, but before in his life, he wasn't dealing with classy women. He was dealing with trash. And he continued to drift and drift and drift. And look at what it did to him. As a man, when you take the least option, when you, as a man, when you take the road that's everybody travels, and or the road left less traveled, you pay for it in the end.
Look, the ultimate. This is how I look at it, Black. The ultimate sacrifice in this world is the day that I die. Any all this other stuff that I go through, man, it's really it doesn't amount. It doesn't really like it's of no. I ain't gonna say substance, but it's of no consequence. I'm gonna say that. So it just look, and I agree with you. What you say, choose your path. And I just think it just comes down to the individual. You just gotta whatever you looking for, live your life, enjoy your life, enjoy your life, live your life how you want to live it, and forget anyone that's trying to judge you or look down on you for the way that you live. Or they can have their opinion. Okay, whatever. You got your opinion, but no. And I realize this for me. I'm at a place where I realize of my self acknowledgement of who I am. And I wish everybody the best, to do that journey on their own. But I'm not about to go out here to try to say this is the way you should live and this is the way you should do things. So I just so
Hmm.
sometimes I might like a classy lady. Sometimes I might like a thotty. It just
How's that working out for us?
or how's anything working out for us when there's another system over whatever we do on a little level. There's a whole nother system like that. Man, come on, man. Like does it really matter? I was about to curse. Does it really matter?
Well, yeah, you're right. Well, you can look at it and say you don't, you can't save the world, but you do.
Save yourself.
Well, start P. When you have a daughter, when you have a son, you want them when they prepare, for their adulthood to have options, and you want things to be good for them. You don't want them to be born and they doing the same things that you went through, and they got to go through the same stuff
You,
you went through.
you know what's crazy about you? Because I was about to mention that, and I'm speaking about out of all the women that I've been with, I've only had one child. So, and then there's another thing. When it comes to look, man, I'm so in control of, you know what I'm saying. Okay, I'm gonna have a slip up here, because I could have had 16, 20, 25 children, but I got control over certain things, and I know how to. I know what I'm doing. I've been on one on. Look here, so it just look, man. And I love my baby boy. You know what I'm saying? And situation this that whatever. But I'm just saying, I'm not gonna sit up here and act like that just because I get with. we get with this classy woman that life is peaches and cream, and now that's because that's never,
Well, that's not
man,
what you want, though.
that's
Well, hold
never
on.
the
That's
case.
that's not what you want,
That's
right?
man,
You
that's
don't care
never
for.
the case.
There's nothing wrong. You don't care for. Look, man. it- hold up, hold stop, Pete. What's wrong with liking a stripper? What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Okay, you don't like. You don't prefer. You don't have a preference for
I'm
classy
I'm
women.
I'm
You got,
saying
hold
I
up,
won't.
hold up.
I'm not saying I won't get. I'm not saying I
Stop
won't
Pete.
get with the
Stop Pete.
classy
Stop
woman
Pete.
though.
Stop Pete.
Do
You
you?
have a preference for the opposite of a classy woman, and you don't care how that's ruined a lot of men's lives. Clearly, you don't. But that you're right.
We we we
You like right. If that's what you like, that's what you like.
we we already know. We already know in America that is the whole agenda, bro. Is to
They got us,
have
man.
you know what I'm saying, to hook the man
They got
and
us.
allow
But start
women
Pete.
to
Start Pete.
wipe their feet on a man's back like you just a workhorse.
But they got
We
us.
are
They
we
got us.
already
Start
know
Pete.
that.
Because start Pete. You just said that's what you would do. You would ignore
Huh?
the classy lady and go after the thought.
It depends on what the classy lady talking about, but I'm already gonna know. I'm only gonna be able to do certain things with her. Just like I'm only gonna be able to do certain things with the thought. I'm only
What,
gonna be
what,
able to
what
do
things?
certain things
What
with the
things you
classy
can't?
lady.
What things you can't do with her?
Man, come on, bro.
You okay? Well, if it's
Come on,
defined
man.
by how the sex,
Come on,
is
man.
that the is that
No,
the most important thing?
I'm not only saying that.
But Star P, why won't you tell the truth? Is that the only thing really the sex? If you can have the type of sex that you really really like
Of course not.
with
No,
the
not
class,
bro.
you know
No,
what?
I told you
Like I told you,
earlier.
like I said,
Bro.
we don't like to tell the
Oh my
truth.
goodness, bro.
You sort of a little
I'm
bit
trying.
embarrassed, Star P. You're
I'm
a little bit
trying to get
embarrassed.
getting.
You don't want
I'm
to tell that you don't
I'm
want to
getting
tell the
to it,
world that that is the most important aspect, which is fine with us, but you don't want to tell the world that.
bro. I disagree. I don't think it is. I don't think that's the most important because that could be. And look, either woman could cause you a disruption in your life. It doesn't it really doesn't even matter. Like you talk about this, okay, yeah, okay, check the sex part, good with the with the daddy, the sex might not be in there. So it's mid with the classy. What I'm saying is there's a like, and then personal even speaking on it because I even said it's the alignment to where I really look here. I'm the type of dude I can do with or without. I don't. There's not a like. Look, man. For me, it's survive. It's survive. I'm in survival mode. So, like, look here, and that's the same thing I instill in my son. Like, don't be up here, be wide open for no bra. Look here. And then we look at any level of the game that we want to talk about, from professional fields all the way down to the brokest person. I done seen uh, situations where people are dedicated to themselves and they're all the way at the bottom. But here it is, that woman is still following that man. And then I done seen to the highest scale where you consider as a classy woman will betray that man, will literally betray him and try to take him from there for everything that he has through some legal bull crap because they have a disagreement. So I'm telling you, man, it's not black and white. Like it's really not, man. It's not. It's
So
not.
how old are you, Platt? How old are you, Platt?
It's just not.
31.
Oh, you 30? Oh, I didn't know you was that young, man. So now I see why you like to start.
There you
You
go.
31, man.
Figured it out.
You from a different generation, man. Yeah, you like that
And
thought. I give you that.
class my. I was about to curse again. Class my. You know what?
Well, no, I mean, I get it, man. I'm not, hey, look at the dudes. They in there tipping the strippers, and we know that those clubs be capacity. Like you can go to if the club closed and you go to a strip club, you say you went and got something to eat and you went and smashed the chick or
And shout
whatever.
out to,
Before
and this reminds
you
me
just
of a
went,
song. Shout
you,
out to
you just
Andre
went over
Andre
her. You
3000.
just went over
Uh,
her house. You went to smash the chick and then you just went over her house. So you get there after the club closed, and then you get there about an hour, 90 minutes after the club closed. You can go up to the front door, and they said, "No, nobody else. We're capacity. We can only hold 300. We got 400 in there." And you said in a strip club, they say, "Yep, yep." So that tells me everything I need to know. When you look around at Dr. Cheyenne Bryant's women empowerment uh, symposiums, you're gonna have women in there. You're gonna have no men in there. There's a whole bunch of classy, eligible women. Ain't no man gonna be in there. But you go to the strip club down the street, they're gonna have to tell you you can't come in. It's too, we busted. We can't put you in here. And I just said, okay, how is that benefiting us as a people? We see it's not. We see it's not. But we don't care. And not only that, we don't even want to talk about it. We just want to keep doing the same thing.
so that's what you looking for. That's what you're looking for now in your
Mhm.
moment in time. You're looking for classy
Mhm.
women. Okay, I ain't
That's
mad
what
at
I'm
you.
looking for. Not necessarily, but that's pretty much the only thing I really fuck with. I like it. See, but and Star P, I think you'll grow to become this way. It's just a difference. It's a departure, and I like it. And you got to choose what path you're gonna take, man.
I'm looking for who's looking for me. So yeah,
Why,
that's
wouldn't a classy woman be looking for you?
she might be.
Okay.
I don't know.
Somebody in the chat
I
said
ain't
you
got
just
I
want
ain't
to.
got an issue with it.
Somebody in the chat said you just want to smut your women out.
All right, have them come up and have that conversation. Come on up, join the link, hit the link.
Yeah, we got the link out there, man. I
You
don't
you,
know.
you wanna say that? Let's have a conversation. Okay, how am I saying that?
Mercy, mercy.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Do you just want to smut women out?
Smut? What does smut mean?
Don't worry
Nah,
about
It's
it.
bad.
If,
Yeah,
if I got to
because
explain
he
it to
didn't want to
you,
curse. Yeah,
if I
I
got to
know. I know
explain
what.
it to you, don't
Yeah,
worry
you
about it.
don't know.
And he
Mm.
don't. He don't. He don't even know what it is.
smash, yeah.
What about you,
Y'all always
Virtue?
changing the words, fellas. But yeah, smash, yeah. That's what we
You
talking
know
about.
we gotta. You know we
Virtuous,
gotta talk in code. You know that already,
yeah.
bruh. They be
You
censoring
sleep.
how we
You
talk,
sleep.
bruh.
Hold up, Virtuous. You sleep.
No, Plague, I was in the
You
kitchen.
burning
I'm
up green.
sorry.
You burning up greens.
No, 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 no. Anyway, I'm here.
Virtuous. How do you feel about a lot of men? They just want to smut a woman out. What do you think? I mean, like, how does that make you feel? I'm not saying you. I'm saying just in
I
general.
understand what you're
They look
saying.
at the world. They look at
Because,
single women, and they don't want to be their boyfriend. They don't want to be their husband. They just want to smut them out.
well, I look at it like it's easier if those guys can find women. They don't have to put in as much work. So it's easier for them to get. And some men like Star P likes a lot of a variety of women. And there's nothing wrong with that. And he finds that to be an easier gain for him to
Can I
get a
can I
woman
say
that
something? My
go
bad,
ahead.
personal.
Mm-hmm.
And
No,
then see when you say put in work, what put in less work, but you know what I'm about to be putting in work on?
No, okay. I,
Huh?
I
Huh?
no, hold on.
Excuse me?
And I'm
What? Let's work.
okay. Here, Star P. I'll take that back.
Hmm?
Okay. Okay. Let me take it back and say this, that for some men, it's easier. They don't have to get as involved. That's why I think, this is just my opinion, I think some men find it easier to trick than to try to date a woman or get to know her or whatever, because it's like a lot of times you guys talk about how dangerous it is for a guy who's an incel who's just popping himself off. So therefore, an alternative to that is to pay a woman, get what you want, and go on about your business. Because, to get to know a woman takes time. To build a
Well, yeah, yeah,
relationship.
but the incel, you're right. They can pay for it, but that's a part of them being an incel. They don't think they should have to, and one of the reasons they don't think they should have to is because they know these women is getting smutted out by other men. So they're saying, why I got to do all the good stuff? She got smutted out by Brad, by Tyrone before I came over here, but she won't let me smut her out. We're
And like you
listening,
say,
person. Yeah.
no, like you say, Platt, that's a terminology, because what it reminds me of, um, my ex who is married now, he says that he wish that he would have been a trick when he was younger, because it's too much work. So that's why I see, or I believe that a lot of men, they don't want to put in that work. And I think too, they don't want to get hurt. They don't want to put in work and then turn around and the woman betrays them in one way or the other.
Well, they're
But it
going to
happened.
betray you. So if
Right. It
you're a
happened.
man out here, if you're a man, you're going to get betrayed, man. So
Yeah.
it may not happen early. It may happen late. It may happen early and not late. You're going to get betrayed. Now, but let me tell you something. Once you get betrayed, how do you process those emotions? I will grant you, I'll give you grace. Uh, get out of that situation. And yes, I'm not even saying you're not suffering. And society don't like men who suffer. But don't call, don't stalk, and don't care. Oh, Platt, that you talking great. Well, you want to be able to deal with it. That's how you got to deal with it.
No,
Don't
you're right.
call,
Gotta walk away, man. Just
yeah,
walk
don't
away,
call,
man.
don't
Leave that shit
stalk,
alone.
and don't care. And how you do when I say don't care, you don't need the last word. See, what dude's got to understand, when a woman betrays you, one part of the betrayal, she's not gonna let you get the last word. And also she's going to position it like she cheated on you or she lied to you, but it's your fault why she did it. So you have to deal with the fact that she's going to blame it on you. She's going to lie to you, cheat on you, use you, and then blame it on you. So she can keep that she ain't did nothing wrong. What is he complaining about? I ain't did nothing to him. Was her new man could be like, what's going on with him? I don't know. We broke up. He know we broke up. So why is he stalking you? He crazy. I don't know. You see what I'm saying? So as a man, that's what they're going to do. That's why you gotta eat that. Don't call. Don't stalk. Don't care. Let it go. But you know what? And it's even better that she lied, because you know what? Within you and her, you're a good man. You know you're a good man. And you just happen to be vulnerable. She took advantage of you. Hold that L, man, and just go live your life.
Yeah, all
That
I'm
don't
saying,
that don't
Platt.
mean that don't mean you can't love again. That don't mean you can't. Now, you can't put yourself in a position where you're gonna get hurt, but you can love again. Now, what was you saying, Mercy?
Yeah, you got brother A, right? Brother A takes her to 5-star restaurants. Then you got brother B that spends quality time with her. Then you got brother C that gives her money. Then you got brother D that just come over and smash. So
And
you
give
got to
her the
decide
deeds.
which one. You got to decide which one you gonna be, Platt. And I'm talking about the woman to the right. I'm talking about the one to the right. I ain't talking. We know the one the left's doing, but the one to the right, you got to decide which one you gonna be. And
Which
that's
one are
why.
you, Mercy?
Oh, I'm option D all the time, bro.
Mercy, Mercy, Mercy. We're up here trying to help each other, okay? Your dishonesty doesn't help the conversation move forward. You see what I'm saying? Now, that person, maybe now you get it. They have to be honest, personal. If we're not honest, we're not helping each other.
But I got to be truthful with the brothers. Play. I can't sit up here and lie to
Mercy,
the brothers,
you
man.
ain't smutting nobody out. Mercy, come on,
Hey,
don't
bro,
don't don't,
I
don't
can't
come up
sit up
here with
here.
the Mercy. Don't come up here with that.
No, all I'm saying is you gotta
Mercy,
understand.
you've been up here for the last 3 years talking about Brazil. You
No,
finna
but
go to
look,
Brazil. Now you up here
but look.
trying to convince us you smutting out American women?
Hey, bro, all I'm saying is real simple, man. You gotta understand, like you
Why are
just
you
said.
doing this, Mercy? What's your
But like
point?
you just said, you said women
Mercy,
gonna cheat.
we are regularly people. We just Mercy. Mercy. Then I just tell you, I'm sort of just like you. But instead of accepting that, you up here talking about you smutting these women out.
No, what I'm saying is this is what I'm saying, Platt. I said a man has to choose which option he's going to be. That's what I said. If you
Which
gonna
one are
be
you?
are you gonna be option A? If you gonna be option
Which
A,
one
that's
are
cool.
you? Which one are
I
you?
choose to be option D. That's the one I
Mm.
choose.
And what is
But
B?
everybody don't
Help me
choose
out.
that.
I
People
forgot
choose
what
option A.
I
People
forgot what
choose.
I forgot what B was. What is B?
But the point,
wine,
all I'm trying to say, Platt.
wine and dine. I think it was wine and dine. I think it's wine and dine. It's
Oh,
B. I
okay.
think.
Okay. Okay.
But all I'm trying to say, Platt, is you gotta let her know that you know the one that's playing games. You gotta let her know that you know the game already, and you ain't about to get played. You gotta have that conversation, bro.
And how would
If
you
you
let
don't
her
have
know?
that conversation, that's what happened to dudes.
You
They
think
not
they're gonna
having these
hold on?
conversations,
Okay.
and
Okay.
then they
Oh,
get
so
into a
you think
situation.
hold up? You think people who are bad people, not good people, you think they care about a conversation? If you tell someone don't steal that, don't go inside my wallet, and you get them going to the bathroom, you think they care? If they're bad people, you think that's going to stop them from going inside your wallet?
No,
Okay,
but see,
so
I don't look at
there
it
ain't no
like that, though, Black.
conversation.
I
Look,
don't look
there
at
ain't
it
no.
like that. I don't look at it like that, Black.
Okay, man, I
See, you
got you.
talking about
Well,
a
that's
bad
how I
person.
look at it. That's how I look at it. And you look at the black community, you can say what you want. It's a disaster,
Yeah, it
absolute
is.
disaster. Everybody, guys are saying my preference, and they're going to jail, and they're losing their life over their quote unquote preference. Black women, my preference, they're getting used, they're getting dogged out, they becoming baby mamas. Well, but Platt, that's their preference. Well, how's that working out for you? Because maybe the way you put together what a man or a woman is, maybe that's the fault is in that. And why are you attracted to things that are destroying you? Why can't you be attracted to the things that are positive for you? Well, society says I can't do it. Like we said, the Cosby Show. Why aren't you attracted to Felicia Richard? Because you're right. You've been programmed to not like women like that. Why can you overcome it? The Instagram. Why do you have to like the Instagram thought? You do. I mean, I'm a man. I get it. But don't you see the hustle? Don't you see the game? They just want you to get on their platform so they can sell advertisements. They don't care if they poison your mind. They just want you to join. And have you seen now, like on Facebook, you can't even get on the platform unless you sign in. I don't want to sign in. Hey, Facebook picture, Facebook something, an article, try to go to it. You must sign in. Why? So they can make money off participation. So they can go to Cadillac, they can go to Kellogg and say, we have these many people on our Instagram, on our Facebook, And we can prove it because we make them all sign in. I had, I think Facebook hit me up. They said, when you coming back, you have 400 messages. And I said, why do I have 400 messages? And I said, man, this thing right here, even when I leave, it's out here spamming my information. It's sending stuff I sent out a year ago. It's resending it so that they can get people to come to my page so they can turn around and sell the engagement. And I said, man, I need to get out of here. And guess what? Have you ever tried to get off Facebook? You find there ain't no such thing as getting off. They don't have a key. You can delete the page, but they give you 2 weeks to bring it back. But no,
Once
you really
the
can't
information
sign out
is
like you.
there, yeah. My bad,
And
play.
that is because they sell you. They sell your engagement. They sell that to the advertisers. So they don't want to put on no get off, but ain't no get off button.
Once you own, you own. That's it. That's pretty much a done deal.
Like, share, support, man. What we doing, bro? It's a Saturday. It's America. We're about to have a New Year's Eve. We hope you had a Christmas holiday conversation. The black community, how are they faring from men and women guided by their preferences? And leaving a whole group out out of the dating game. He's a lame, she's classy. How's that working out for us? How's that working out for us? Can't we say with good conscience it's been a good thing? I say no. I say it's been a horrible thing, and I say our community is done. And I would say if you don't teach your kids that they got to look for more out of their mates, they're going to wind up just like the people before them. Which path are you going to choose? Life is about decisions. And then I'll bring up Floyd, but I only bring him up to say he made bad decisions. He made bad decision, bad decision, bad decision, bad decision, and it resulted in him dying in a Brazilian prison. And if you think Floyd hasn't understood, Floyd don't even realize what he was doing was wrong. And the thing about it, he just got out of jail. And many of his supporters, and they don't believe he did anything wrong. They think it's okay for him to solicit children to make videos and then sell it. They really think he ain't did nothing wrong. Well, man, he overseas. Okay. Man, the age of consent 14. Man, he got snitched out, man. The Uber driver snitched him out. Yeah, that's what they believe. And that's our community, man. That's the community your kids go to school around. That's a community that in the park, they play games with your children. And these are the same people, right, who say that to those same kids, Floyd didn't do nothing wrong. He got snitched on. You say, well, is it okay for him to behave like that? Why not, man? The age of consent, nigga. There was a 16-year-old. There was a 6-year-old. And there are people out here who support Floyd who will give you 15 excuses on why he should be released. God just said he talking about what women do. Ain't that something?
Well, it don't matter what we think, bro. He gonna be under the jail for a long time. It don't even matter what we think. They don't play with that. He's done. He's absolutely finished.
Like the stream, man.
And the kind of lawyer he's going to need, and he's already broke, but the kind of lawyer he's going to need, man, it's over.
We got the join link posted, man. We'll take your thoughts. It's Sunday. We just chilling. We want to do a stream. We want to get some help. We need. Hold on. Let me see. We got the join link, man. We need somebody who's never joined before. We had a couple of people doing this Floyd thing, but we need some more, man. We need a few people who's never come up here before. Say hello. We got the join link posted, man. It's right at the front. Like the stream, man. Support the platform. Hit the Cash App. Hit the Super Chat. Support the platform. You have to choose your path. You have to choose the direction that you're going. And it's not a game, it's a real thing. And we can go right now. Any city, the strip club's gonna shut it down. Way more than the nightclubs or whatever social gatherings. And we just had a Christmas. 90% of these homes were just kids and women. 90% of them. So that means most of these little boys and girls are growing up where they never see a man. They see baby mamas and no man. And if they do see a man, he's flawed. He has a lot of flaws. And it comes down to what are you going to do, man? Where are you going to choose? What path are you going to take? Like the stream, man. We've been going for a while, man. We're going to go ahead and shut this down. We appreciate everybody. We out.